All right, guys, we're fixing to start the qualifying here for the race. As you can see where Glenn's got his car right there in front of him, that's where you're going to want to put your car to qualify. That way you don't have to go a whole lap to get your time, okay? If y'all got any questions, I'm sure other racers will let you know. All right, welcome everybody to this year's Four Crown Championship here at Lanes Raceway. Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. We're getting underway here. We can see Glenn Burden starting out over here. Chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, so come and check us out there. Glenn Burden, whenever you're ready to start the qualifying session, rock and roll. And we got track marshals out there right now for Glenn Burden as he comes around for his first lap, a 6.808 for Glenn Burden. And now 6.271. Going to be running two individual heats for this race this weekend. We're going to have a B main and an A main. And we're going to be running 4 total races. And after every race, we'll be calculating up those laps. And at the end of the night, we will be crowning our Purple Crown GTP Lord of the Lanes Raceway. Glenn Burden there is still 6.271. 10 seconds remaining for his qualifying. 6.043. All right, a 6.042 for Glenn Burden, currently pole. Next up, Gabriel Kirtley, followed by Drew Hoagland. So we go over here to the right display. We can see Gabriel Kirtley coming up next, followed by Drew Hoagland. We'll be keeping track of their laps also. And when they get ready to start the race, we'll be shutting the buttons off, but it's just helps out. Whenever the racer's ready, they can hit the button and get started qualifying. Go. Gabriel Kirtley, one of the faster racers here in the GTP class, turning a 5.292 so far. We see Bud Stute there helping get his car put back there on blue lane. .069 on that fast time there. Seconds remaining here for Gabriel Frost King Kirtley out of Livermore, Kentucky. It's going to be a tough time to get here. All right, 5.010 for Gabriel Livermore Lightning Kirtley. Next up, Drew Hoagland. James McCutcheon, you're on deck. Over here to the right display, you can see the differences there in time, almost a second difference between Gabriel and Glenn Burden as we see Drew Hoagland coming up to get his stuff hooked up there. Nicknamed Bone Sauce here at Lanes Raceway because he's always barbecuing cars. All right, looks like Drew Hoagland's getting ready to go here. Checking his controller out there. Here we go. Ernie Keflin, what's up, y'all? What's up, Ernie? Here we go through the camel hump, second, third, and horseshoe. He makes his first lap, 5.832. on blue lane. Coming off there in turn 1. Coming off there in the horseshoe. And a 5.284. Coming off there in turn 3, as we'll see Nathaniel Burton getting put back on. Seconds remaining. Coming off in turn 3 again, Nathaniel Burton's going to snag him up. Oh, that was close. 5.280 for Drew Bone Sauce Hoagland, currently second position. Next up, James McCutcheon, followed by Sean Ticka McCutcheon. Go over here to the right display while we wait on James to get hooked up here. We can see that right now our fastest time is still Gabriel Kirtley with a 5.010, followed by Drew Hoagland with a 5.280. Both these guys just about 0.2 of a second different from one another. And here we go. James McCutcheon hooked up, and he's about to pull the trigger here. He's going to come off there in the horseshoe. First lap at 9.563. Ernie Kepler says, I'm also Easy E Slot Cars on YouTube. All right, Ernie. I think I've had one of your comments before. I've checked you guys out. And it looks like we might have a little bit of an issue here possibly there with James's car. His car's usually a little bit quicker than this. It seems like it's kind of bound up a smidge. 9.563 so far. Maxing out right after about the horseshoe there, just about a couple feet, and it's full max. All right. 7.487, James McCutcheon, currently fourth position. Next up, Sean McCutcheon, followed by Bill Pinch. Roseanne Osteen. Hello, Roseanne. That's my aunt, for you guys who don't know. Also an aunt to my brother, too, Gabriel Kirtley. Easy Slot Cars, LOL. Forgot, I was logged into my personal account. All right, let's head up the right display here. You can see the current standing so far for qualifying. Now, the way that we're going to do qualifying is we're going to qualify once, and then it's going to invert every race after that. So if you're in last place, you'll get a pick first after the first race. But on the first race, it's going to go to the fastest racers. We see Sean Ticka McCutcheon right now getting himself lined up. And his first lap is going to be a 5.583. Sean, one of our faster racers here at Lanes Raceway also. 5.048. And a 3.6 that time. Now he's a 5.0 even, folks. .99 or 4.966 there. 5 seconds remaining, and that looks like it's going to be it. All right, 4.909, Sean Ticka McCutcheon, currently pole. Next up, Bill Pinch, followed by Bud Stute. So now we see a new person up there on the top portion of the pole. Sean McCutcheon with a 4.909. Gabriel Frostking Kirtley with a 5.010. Going to be a really close race between those two. And a 5.280 for Drew Bone Sauce Hoagland. Remember, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Whenever you guys want to get on and chat and got questions, we got answers. Here we go, red light, 3 yellows. Here we go, Bill Pinch. He, one of our, actually our only sponsor for the 4 Crowns, Bill Pinch, sponsored a bunch of bodies and some pit caddies and a few other things. So we're very appreciative of Bill Pinch, and his company is Race Pace. So check him out, folks. 5.289 for Bill. He's quick too. He's right up there with Drew Hoagland right now, a little bit quicker. As you guys know, Bill has a flat track down in Cleveland. Alan Ingram and crew now running that shop, and he's quick on that track. I've been down there once, and I couldn't hold a candle to him. A.E. Stute says, "Come on, Bud, I'm watching." All right. Everybody loves a good fan for sure. Bud, he's a good guy here at Lanes Raceway, predominantly racing in NSR, but he has got himself a GTP car set up and ready to go. All right, 5.236 for Bill Pinch, currently 3rd position. Next up, Bud Stute, followed by Nathaniel Burden. Head back over here to the right display, and we can see Bill Pinch in that 3rd position there. Neck and neck is our top 4. Going to be a very interesting race, to say the least. And Bud is popping his neck. He's getting ready here, folks. Whenever he's ready, he'll hit the button. See the cars upside down there on the track. That means they've already qualified. A little bit of a wreck there in the 3rd to last corner. First lap's going to be an 8.186. Gabriel Kirtley track marshaling there by the pit section. Sherry Vogt says, "Good luck, Bud Stute." 6.337. Bud, last time he raced in the NSR race here at Lanes Raceway, ended up being in the A main. His skills have definitely developed quite a lot since racing here. Took a long time off from slot car racing, but he says, "I'm getting back in it." And he's got a car for every class, so he is actually going to be running for the big King Crown here at Lanes Raceway. You don't have to have all 4 crowns or all 4 classes to race, but if you're going to go for the crown, you're going to have it, because there's a lot of racers going to race every single race here at Lanes Raceway. All right, 6.243 for Bud Stute, currently 6th position. Next up, Nathaniel Burden, followed by Ron Thomas. And we can see here Nathaniel Burden getting his stuff hooked up. He knows the deal. He knows how to set it up. And these are the guys that are in this race today. Going to be counting their laps here, totaling them up. And we're off to the races, as they say. Now qualifying for Nathaniel Ice Burden, 5.932. 5.506. Coming off there in the 2nd to last turn. .398. That's going to get him up there pretty close to 5th position. And of course, 5th position, I believe, is going to be the cutoff. 5th or 6th. Let's see, we got 11 total. Yeah, so 6th position will be the cutoff, and they'll be able to decide if they want to go to A main or B main. All right, 5.344 for Nathaniel Ice Burden, currently 5th position. Ron Thomas, you're up next, followed by Randy Frost King Kirtley. Go back over here to the right display so you can see the current times right now in qualifying. I've had the pleasure to talk to Ron over the past couple days. He's been here practicing and everything. He's got quite a few cars set up for Israel rules and everything else. And he's actually raced on our Blue King, believe it or not, folks. You can see our little Blue King right here. This was a Port Jefferson Blue King, and he's actually raced on it back in the day. So that was cool to talk to him about the old times and give me a little nostalgia back into my bones. Rick T. Matthews says, nice, clean screenshot. Thank you, Richard. All right, he's pulling it in with 19 seconds to go. 5.930 for Ron Thomas. Next up, Randy Frost King Kirtley, followed by Paul Woosley. Hey, Stu, definitely your car was a little skippy, bud, and motor was not as wound up full speed. I could hear it. Hey, Stu, talking from experience here. Randy Frost King Kirtley coming up out of the pits here. Right now, he's over here in the pits just to the left of me here in the booth. As he goes to get his car set up here. Beautiful day out here in Livermore, Kentucky. Couldn't ask for a better day. We thought it was going to snow, possibly rain, but looks like we're doing pretty good weather-wise. A little bit cold outside, but not too bad. We'll see how the weather progresses as we continue on for the day. Randy Frost King Kirtley hitting that button as he's going to go for his first lap. Car coming off third last corner. Gabriel Livermore Lightning getting him put back on. Easy Slot Cars, great video and view. Thank you, Easy. 14.103 for Randy Frost King Kirtley so far. Possible controller hookup mishap. And we're having a quick swap here into a DeFalco, it looks like. Seconds left, car acting a little funky. 5.946, looks like he's got her under control now. Freshly painted bodies from yesterday here at Lanes Raceway. Got him set up there with a Frosty Night looking body. 5.194, that's going to be good for an A main. All right, 5.194 for Randy Frost King Kirtley, currently third position. Next up, Paul Westside Woosley. All right, our final qualifier is going to be Paul Westside Woosley. You guys may know him from about 2.5 years ago, one of the front runners at Lanes Raceway on the orange track, and went into our championship 15 laps up, and ended up having a pretty bad defeat on that one. Hadn't seen much of him since, but he's coming back today. He's getting back in the mix. The fire of desire has started back with Paul Westside Woosley, and he's getting him a car set up actually too, and that's going to be pretty cool to see him back in the mix with the guys. So he gets his stuff hooked up here. He's going to get his car put out there. And whenever he's ready, he'll hit that red button. Knees weak, arms sweaty or something like that. He's wiping up hands, getting the sweat off of them. Got several comments today. Where's the hat at? Well, you know, I'm wearing a headset, so it's hard to wear the old hat with the old headset. Nonetheless, letting the Shirley locks go, as they say, the old curls, my friends. 5.970 for Paul Woosley, first lap. I see Randy Frost King Kirtley and Gabriel Kirtley having a little talk back and forth there. Bill Pinch getting the car put back on in the horseshoe portion of the track. 5.970 is the time. 21 seconds remaining for Paul Woosley. 5.889. We're going to be live streaming all day here today, guys. 3 seconds remaining. And he's going to come to a stop over there by Gabriel Kirtley. 5.737, Paul Woosley. All right, the qualifying papers are going to be printed out right now. They'll be up there by the cash register if y'all want to see your times. But it looks like we're going to have Sean McCutcheon, Gabriel Kirtley, Randy Kirtley, Bill Pinch, Drew Hoagland in the A main. Nathaniel Burden, you're on the cutoff. Do you want to go A or B? All right, Nathaniel Burden's going to go B main. I've already told him to Burden, yeah. All right, folks. We're going to go ahead and exit out of the qualifying, head right into the racing. In the meantime, I'm going to let you guys take a look here at the right display and see what I'm doing. It's always a good time. So right now we got to swap this over to GTP Flexi. Come on over here to the drivers. We're going to double click this mug right here because that was the one we just did. All right, guys, B main's going to race first. A mainers, we're going to need y'all to track marshal. Nathaniel Burden, where would you like to go? Orange it is. Paul Woosley, where would you like to go? Black? Black it is. Ron Thomas, where would you like to go? Purple? All right, Glenn Burden, where would you like to go? Yellow it is. Bud Stute, where would you like to go? Blue? All right, packing you guys in there. James McCutcheon, where would you like to go? White, the only guy that's going to get out of the pack. All right, guys, that is your race there for the B main. All right, T, when you get a chance, look up underneath that track and hit that switch. Let's turn those buttons off. Everybody's going to get their cars lined up here. So as it is right now, guys, James McCutcheon, white lane, Nathaniel Burden, orange, Bud Stute, blue, Glenn Burden, yellow, Ron Thomas, purple, Paul Woosley, black. Did you hand out the stickers there, T? All right, thank you. I will be in control of the button. So if you guys need a track call or you're riding, please let me know so I can hit this button. Huh? Did you? Hey, go over there to the third to last corner and then say hello so I can see if I'm registering sound off of that microphone. Yell right at it. You're going to have to yell at it. Huh? Yep, we're racing right now.
Can you hear it? Hello?
Hey, have Gabriel or Dad pick that mic up and then say something in it. I want to see if it's actually registering.
Hello?
Because you're not loud enough. I can't hear it.
Hello?
Drew, can you reach that microphone?
No. My arms, I'm like T-Rex arms, man.
Gabe, just say... I'm trying to see if it's registering sound before we start the race.
That ain't gonna grab it.
What happened to the other one? This one I just bought. This one's broke.
Yeah, this ain't gonna work. You could have tapped it.
Yeah, you could have just tapped it. That would have worked. It's a good call there, Drew. Anyways, they're going to grab some kind of pincher for it. And as everybody else is getting their cars set up here right before the race. Good time to advertise for the Guillermo Suar Pit Boys and Pit Boy Airs, as these guys can be working on their cars and have it hanging off the track at the same time. So the Pit Boy Airs $45.99 here, and the Pit Boys for $35. To get them comboed, I think it's a little bit cheaper. Yeah, it's good. Thank you, Drew. If y'all heard that pop, that was Drew slapping the old stick over there. All right, guys, y'all ready? Here we go. All right, folks, we're going to watch the takeoff of these racers here in our B main. And go to our main screen here. They rip and roar all the way around. The leader right now is orange of Nathaniel Burden. See a little bit of trouble there getting Ron T put on there. A second, folks. Looks like y'all barely can see that. Let me get that over there just a little in front of Drew so y'all can see the laps being turned. There goes your current leader right there. That was the orange lane of Nathaniel Burden. Nathaniel Burden currently turning 5.754 is his fastest lap time. Currently out in the lead by about 3/10 to Paul Woosley. Sean McCutcheon quick on hands to get these cars put on. Double-handed it. Got him on there, though. That's what counts. Sean there getting them again there in turn 2. Car coming off. Drew Hoagland trying to get it put back on there. That's on blue lane, Bud Stute. Drew Hoagland getting 2 cars there. Good hands there, Drew Hoagland. 2 more there in the middle section. Drew's going to get them there to the right of your screen. 5 seconds remaining in the heat. So we're going to go on over to the right display here. Nathaniel Burden, 19 total laps. Paul Woosley, 18. Ron Thomas, 16, tied with Bud Stute. 15 laps for Glenn Burden. 13 laps, James McCutcheon. Your fastest lap segment in that previous heat was a 5.654 by Nathaniel Ice Burden. Now Nathaniel is going to rotate to white, Paul Woosley to yellow, Bud Stute to purple, Ron Thomas to black, Glenn Burden to orange, and James McCutcheon to red. Fastest median lap time in the previous heat was also Nathaniel Burden with a 5.785. Fan cam here, we can see a little bit of Sean McCutcheon working on the car there.
Hey Glenn, I got your spot marked.
Guys, when you are racing, there is a blue tape line, and the rules are the same as for the track marshals. Please stay behind the blue tape line when racing. Little pit area. This is actually attached to the bleachers here at Lanes Raceway. So if you guys wanted to come in and watch some racing, you guys are more than welcome to come in. No surcharge to come in here. We do have snacks and drinks at our snack and drink booth, I guess you would say, up front. And you're more than welcome to get some of those snacks and drinks and watch a little bit of slot car racing. Been a lot of work being done on the Blue King here. Had several guys help us out with that. So, what's that, Paul? All right, 3 seconds, guys. We're going back racing. Here we go, folks. Back underway. Car coming off there in the second to last corner there. We see Drew Hoagland quickly getting that car put back on.
Coming down. Go.
Got a yellow flag for a track call there. Track coming back on. so far. Some pretty good clean racing here in the B main. Nathaniel Burden 4 laps, 23 total. Paul Woosley there in second with 22. 5.925 and a 5.926. Those are pretty close lap times between these two. Paul Woosley getting his feet wet here, figuring out the car more and more as he races. Gabriel Kirtley getting them there in the horseshoe put back on. And Drew Bonesauce Hoagland getting them put on the second to last corner there. 5.917. Nathaniel Burden being bested there by 5.756 of Paul Woosley coming into his own there on yellow lane.
What's the shirt, Sean? Put it in, take it off.
Sean's going to take his shirt off there. He's having some issues there a little bit with the shirt. He's back in action there. You can see him there in the snake pit second corner. Sean prides himself on some fast car putbacks for sure. Let's watch him come down the front stretch here. Boom, right at your face. If it was 3D, it might hurt. Drew Bonesauce Hoagland getting them put back there in the camel hump of the track and rushing back behind that blue tape line. Get a track call there on the front stretch. Clear. While we're waiting on that to go back down, let's take a look here at the right portion of the screen. 5.851, Nathaniel Burden with the fastest lap time. 10 seconds remaining in the heat. This is segment 2 of 8. A lot of cars being put back here, and it's a rotation. Nathaniel Burden, Paul Woosley, 19 laps that segment. Only 1 lap separates them from first and second. 38 for Nathaniel, 37 Paul Woosley. Ron Thomas coming up in there, 17 laps, 33 total. Bud Stute, 16 with 32 total. 30 laps for Glenn Burden, and 15 laps, segment laps, 30 laps total. And 13 laps for James McCutcheon, 26 total. Fastest lap that previous heat was a 5.658 Paul Woosley, and the best average was a 6.509 Nathaniel Burden. Over here to see more of the guys working on their cars. And just a reminder, guys, the laps will be counted at the end of this race, and we'll put their lap counts next to their names, and we'll be adding those up all day. There'll be 4 races for each of these racers if they choose so to race all the races. Each race is $15 here today. And it'll be added up, like I said, prizes and stuff to the winner and other racers in this class. I think there's a trophy actually being built for this class too. We'll see if it's done on time. But we do have t-shirts for the guys if they so choose. Chats Live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And we also might have ourselves a little bit of an interview for the winner of this class. So that'll be pretty cool. 10 seconds remaining. We see Sean McCutcheon still working on the car there as he gets it slapped down there. 6 seconds, we're about to roll. And here we go. 4 lights going to drop out. We're green racing yet again. Cars these guys are racing are what's called a 4-inch flexi class here at Lanes Raceway. We are using the rules from the Flexi Challenge Series. Check those guys out on Facebook and follow those touring dates. It's the second weekend of the month. Every month they have a race for the Flexi Challenge Series. We all have a good racing relationship together. We've hit up a few of their races. So definitely check those guys out for some good fast racing. Couple wrecks there, second to last and third to last, as we Sean McCutcheon trying to get the cars put back on there. Ooh, and a big pile up there in turn one. Can Sean get them put back on in a timely fashion? Excellent job, excellent job. Frosky and Kirtley getting it done. Right now, Nathaniel Burden with the most laps on red lane with 12. Ron Thomas there with 11, tied up with Paul Woosley. Ron Thomas finding his footing. We see Ron Thomas there in the flannel shirt. Two cars coming off. Snake Pit is a busy place for Sean McCutcheon. Clear. Here we go. Had a little bit of a wreck on top of the bridge, which is red zone. That is a track call. 16 laps, Nathaniel Burton, 15 for Ron Thomas. He moves into second position, followed by Paul Woosley and James McCutcheon. Five seconds remaining in the heat. This will be the end of round robin 3 of 8. And what a race it's been so far. Nathaniel Burton, 19 laps, 5.768 fastest lap time, bested by Paul Woosley with a 5.759. 19 laps. Ron Thomas and Paul Woosley both 18 laps right there on his heels. 16 laps, James McCutcheon, Bud Stute with 15, and Glenn Burton with 13. Total lap counts right now, starting in first position, Nathaniel Burton. Second, Paul Woosley. Third, Ron Thomas. 57, 55, 51. I'll leave you guys over here in the right display, and you can see some of these stats up close and personal. I'm going to give me a little sip of water. All right, guys, going to bring it on over to me real quick as we can see 70 seconds left to go. This is what they're going to be racing for today. They're going to be racing to wear this crown and be crowned Lord of Lanes Raceway for a solid year. This is our purple crown. We've been doing this for the past 3 years here at Lanes Raceway. The past 2 years we've had crowns, but we've always called it the 4 crowns. But nonetheless, the past 2 years we've really taken it serious. Got pictures of the guys and crowned the king and everything else. But it's been an exceptional little championship series, and it keeps the racing going all year round. So. Okay, pull it out. Okay. Okay, so, all right, not an issue. 15 seconds remaining, and we'll be back racing. But anyways, guys, everybody race for this crown. First place is going to get $100 track bucks from us. Like I said, we didn't get any sponsors like we usually do this year, but nonetheless, we still got prizes we're going to be giving out, and I'm going to make sure that they get their picture put up on the wall for this year. And we believe next year is going to be a lot bigger 4 crowns as we're moving on into some more sanctioned style racing, and it's going to remain that way from now into the future even. So it'll be pretty cool. Guys, stick with us for sure. We see a little bit of cat and mouse action taking place here between a couple of these racers. I know these cars are flat moving on, and we'll have a class tomorrow. It'll be a little bit easier to follow by the eye. But that is what those lap counts are up there for you in the top left. Right now, green lane, if you want to focus your eyes solely on green, that is your leader currently. And within him is 3 laps difference. So he's about to start finish line here. We'll see his car coming around right now, going into the stretch, front stretch, lead on. He's a red car, is your leader. Side by side with Paul Woosley. As we see, one person had to give, and it looked like our leader is Paul Woosley sent Nathaniel Burton into the wall there on the second to last corner. Nathaniel Burton with 68 laps, 5.651 best lap. James McCutcheon, 6.142 best lap there on blue, 53. lot of vigorously harsh racing here going on. We're currently getting one put back on there in the horseshoe portion of the track. And Ron Thomas coming off there in the snake pit alongside James McCutcheon. So we get a yellow flag above the bridge here, and we're clear. Another track call, another bridge call. So we see Drew Hoagland reach out there to get it. That's James McCutcheon's car coming off there. Or actually, it's Ron Thomas's car. Sorry, not James McCutcheon. 8 seconds left remaining. And that is a lap rotation, folks. Head over here to the right display and let you take a look. Nathaniel Burton, 20 laps. 2 laps back from him is Bud Stute, Paul Woosley with 18. 17, James McCutcheon. 15 for Ron Thomas and 15 for Glenn Burton. Fastest lap in that previous segment was a 5.564 for Nathaniel Burton.
How's it running, Ben? Is it loose, tight? Okay.
Best median lap, 5.867, Nathaniel Burton.
You want to tighten up a touch? I got a fluid for it. It's not a glue.
Sean
but
McCutcheon talking about Glenn Burton's car currently right now, trying to get his car fixed up for him. Cleaning his tires with a lint roller. One of the big deals that the guys do here at Lanes Raceway. They use a lint roller to clean them. Now, when I was coming up, I always used lighter fluid and a towel, but I guess it's new age stuff here. Evidently, it works pretty decently. As long as it don't harm the track, I don't really so much care, but we like to keep the track in good condition, to say the least. We got Bud Stute there in turn 1 working on his car alongside Nathaniel Burton. And our racers coming back now. 30 seconds left to go. They're going to get lined up here. Tomorrow we got a big day of NSR action here at Lanes Raceway. Going to be pretty cool.
Mose's a good one until you hit the wall.
And here we go, 1 second. Now we're going to see those lights. Let's get back to our main view here at Lanes Raceway. The blimp view, I guess you would say. Currently trying to get those cars put back on pretty quick. Getting my cameras twisted up here a little bit. Randy getting the car put back on again and again. Bill Pinch and Sean McCutcheon fighting over cars to put back on. We got a rider on blue, rider on blue. Clear? Sometimes you have a rider. Right now, Ron Thomas out in the lead, best lap, 6 of them, 72 total. With a 5.999 best lap. Ron Thomas up there from Columbus area in Ohio. Another track call here. Car possibly underneath the track here. Randy Kirtley trying to stand up there. And he's got her now. And we're rolling, folks. out there on white lane. 1 minute left remaining. Nathaniel Burton currently in the lead, 10 laps. David Reinhardt, thanks for the feed. Thank you, David, for tuning in. 42 seconds remaining in the heat. Best lap time right now, 5.462. Nathaniel Burton, 91 total laps. Got a rider under the bridge, so it's going to take just a second here for him to get it. Or looks like over top of the bridge, not under it. Clear. It's Greg McClintock there. I used to race at his track back in 2000. We had a blast down there, FCR, GRC action. He's come up the past couple weekends here and got in a NASCAR race last weekend. We had a blast. It was fun. Remind me of old times growing up, hanging out with him and Dale. Such a good time. You don't know what you got till it's gone, the song says. You don't know what you got age-wise until it's gone. So we get another rider here. Who needs a lap deduction? Orange. Okay. All right. Clear. All right. So they said no lap was counted on orange. So I think we'll be good here. All right. Bill Pinch. And that's going to be a lap rotation. A little bit of trouble there towards the end of that heat. Bill there getting both those cars put on. One of them was your race leader, Nathaniel Burton, 20 laps, 97 total at a 5.462 best lap. Pretty much running the board there, as we can see. Ron Thomas and Paul Woosley tied up with 17 laps previous segment. 16 laps for Bud Stute and Glenn Burton. 15 laps, James McCutcheon. As the place results show right now, we can see in first place, Nathaniel Burton 7 laps up on the lead to Paul Woosley's 90. Ron Thomas there in third position with 83. Only 2 laps down from that is Bud Stute with 81. And we got a tie there for the back position, 74-74 for James McCutcheon, Glenn Burton. These guys are fighting for some laps here, guys. We're going to have 4 B main races, 4 A main races today. And each one of those is going to add to their lap count for the GTP Flexi Purple Crown. And whoever ends up getting the most laps is going to wear this big beauty right here, the Purple Crown. And they're going to get their picture made. And they will be a Lord of Lanes Raceway for a year, for the 2026 year. So they'll also be getting a $100 gift certificate here for Lanes Raceway. They can spend it any way that they choose. And we also got some prizes from Race Pace, Bill Pinch, that we'll be giving out throughout the series, which is this week and next week. So we got Saturday, Sunday this week. Of course, Saturday is today, and it's GTP. Sunday, tomorrow, is NSR all day, 4 races. And then next week will be Hard Body on Saturday all day. And Sunday of next week will be Wing Car for the finale. And at the finale on Sunday, we will be crowning a king to Lanes Raceway. And that crown is huge. One crown to rule them all, as they say. Nonetheless, we've had some pretty good racing here so far as we get into our round robin 6 of 8 heat here. We got track marshals. Track marshals! Sorry about that, folks. Let me get back here on the screen here for you guys. And some track marshals loudly gagging. Gabriel Kirtley there getting his car put back on. The way we work it here, guys, is the same way the Flexi Challenge Series works it. If you're in the A main, you track marshal for the B. If you're in the B main, you track marshal for the A. Clear? Gordon Matchelder, what time y'all open tomorrow? 8 a.m., Gordon. 8 a.m. Running 8 a.m. all day long. We had a car jump completely off the track there as we see a car getting passed back to Sean McCutcheon. But yes, Gordon, we are going to be running a drag race too tomorrow. It should be done before the guys get on the orange track in the NSRs. So we'll try to run both simultaneously. T, of course, will be running you guys' drag race tomorrow. And we will be live streaming yet again tomorrow for the NSR. See Randy Franz King Kirtley there getting the car put back on. Drew Hoagland having some issues getting cars back on. But he's going to get it. He's going to make it happen. Drew Hoagland to the camel hump. Gets the car put back on blue, Glenn Burden. These cars are moving at a pretty fast rate here, folks. Freshly glued, cleaned, and repurposed track. So these guys are running on pristine conditions here currently. We get a car over the bridge yet again. We're going to see Gabriel Livermore Lightning Kirtley going to get that car put back on. Right now, Ron Thomas with 15 laps for this heat, 98 total, 5.922 best lap. Nathaniel Burden now passing him just a little bit there with his 16th lap with a 5.728. Two cars coming off there in the horseshoe, three cars. Gabriel Kirtley's got his hands full. A.E. Stute, this is the Flexi GTP race, right, Donnie? Yes, it is. Right now, we'll be running Flexi GTP all day today for our Purple Crown. And that is the heat over. And right now, Nathaniel Burden's going to be, so far, enjoying himself at least 117 total laps to the count for the crown. And that is the big King crown that we're talking about, but also the Purple Crown. So today, whoever has the most laps out of these four races that they're running is, just like I said, going to get that Purple Crown to wear. And we see Nathaniel Burden there with a pretty good start. We got lights falling out of the sky. Sweet mercy. That ain't necessarily good. I probably need to fix that. Folks, I'm going to have to fix something real quick, so give me just a moment. I'll be right back with you. All right, I'm back. Had to fix a light hanging out of the ceiling. I guess you guys caught that. Whew. Out of breath. Got a rider here. I guess it's on the front stretch. Good? black lights installed here for our Halloween race. And anyway, one of them fell out of the ceiling just a while ago, so I had to put it back up. Drew Hoagland running to the camel hump there to get Nathaniel Burden, it looks like, on. Nathaniel Burden, current leader with 122 laps. Sean McCutcheon throwing cars on over in the snake pit. Drew was scared to death as the car come careening into him second to last corner. Paul Woosley with 129 laps down from the lead. Drew about fell on the track. A lot of wrecking taking place. Seconds remaining in the heat. And that is a rotation. Nathaniel Burden, 19 laps. 18 laps for Paul Woosley and Glenn Burden. 17 for Ron Thomas. James McCutcheon, 16, tied with Bud Stute. Fastest lap time in the previous heat, a 5.647 from Nathaniel Burden. Everybody else in the fives, just a couple of tenths off from that lead. 136 total laps for Nathaniel, 126 for Paul Woosley, 119 for Ron Thomas, 112 for Bud Stute, 108 for Glenn Burden, and 104 for James McCutcheon as we come into our final segment here. Dale Hoagland says, tell Drew that he's got to be faster than that. All right, will do. Hey, Drew, there's a guy on chat says you need to be faster than that. He said, ha, ha, ha. I don't know if he's took offense to that or not. $50 seconds remaining. See me up here hanging out in the booth. Yeah.
Yeah, he just called me.
And me in the booth. Guys, they're running for this Purple Crown here. A lot of bragging rights right there at Lanes Raceway. A lot of them. Lots of bragging rights. Plus, people get to come in and see you on the wall all year long. They start saying, I'm better than you, I'm better than you. You can say, well, look at the wall. Who's on the wall? Who's not? 15 seconds remaining. Beautiful day here at Lanes Raceway. Don't forget, chat's live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. 5 seconds, and we'll be back green racing. Here we go, folks, for the final segment here. Nathaniel Burden has been in the lead all race long, and it looks like we're already going to have one off in the camel hump here. A.E. Stute says, are those 4 or 4.5 inch flexies? They are 4 inch flexies. They're either Alios, Geminis, Mazzettis, a few of them. But any stamped flexi chassis, I was informed by the rules that it is not any chassis you would consider that flexes, i.e. ISRA style chassis, but nonetheless, pretty much the stuff JK makes, Mid-America makes, stuff you can find in the U.S. readily available. I've even seen guys run Champion Turboflex in this class, and I've even seen one person run a Flexi 2 from Parma. So, and don't sleep on some of the older chassis. As long as you don't put them in the wall, they tend to be pretty decent. Almost a track call there. Seconds remaining in the race. Looks like Nathaniel's going to easily take home first place here. Paul Woosley about 10 laps down from that. About 8 laps down from that, we're going to see Ron taking third position. Of course, while they're doing that, we'll be getting the A-main guys in line for the next race. And our B-main guys, of course, will get their pictures and stuff made over at the podium. Bonesaw Hogan there with a little love tap on orange for James McCutcheon. Final 10 seconds. A little wad up there right over the bridge. And another one. And another one. And another one. It's not working.
Announce your name, please let me know what section you're in. James McCutcheon.
In what section?
James is at 53.
53. Nathaniel Bird in what section? 85. Bud Stute, what section? Nine. Glenn Burden, section? Huh? Ron, what section? 12. Paul Woosley, what section? 80. All right. T, I need you to grab that print that comes out of that printer and hang on to it. And you need to write B main first race. All right, guys, that's the end of the B main. Looks like Nathaniel Burden, Paul Woosley, and Ron Thomas are going to be your first, second, and third. All right, Nathaniel, Paul, and Ron, please go get your pictures made at the podium. First, second, and third. All right, we're going to move right on into the next race here. We're going to go ahead and clear these people out. Sean McCutcheon, where would you like to go? Blue? All right, I'm putting you on blue. Gabriel Kirtley, where would you like to go? Orange? Frost King Randy Kirtley, where would you like to go? Yellow? Bill Pinch, where would you like to go? White? Drew Bonesauce Hoagland, where would you like to go? Purple? 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, guys. All B main racers, find a spot on the track to track marshal. Who's my best track marshal out of the B main? Raise your hand. Bud, if you're our best track marshal, take the snake pit. If you're second, no, that would be the camel hump. That's snake pit. Ron, the podium's back there by the bathroom. Brad Lynn Hudson, what's up? What's up, Brad? Let's get over here so you can see what these guys are doing. They're prepping their cars. They got them at the start-finish line here, prepping them up, getting them ready for the A main race for our first race. 3 more to go after this. I'll probably run another one immediately after this, and then maybe take a small break and then run the other 2 to finish up the day. All right, guys, all B main cars need to go back on the little pallets over here. What diameter? 720. After this race. Yeah, it's just the A main had to keep theirs there too while y'all were racing. All right, guys, track marshals needed over here on the left side of the track. Your normal spot will do, James. Your chair's over here. Well, T hides it because the kids like to stand on it. So we have to hide it all the time. No, that's fine. We just hide it. Jeff Adams says, nice setup. Thank you, Jeff. All right, racers, you guys ready? All right, here we go, guys. And race about to be live. We're going to see these 5A main racers take off from the start line, main screen here, coming around the pit area portion for our first lap. Gabriel Kirtley is going to lead it. Brad Lynn Hudson says, tell Drew to keep the torque under control. Will do right after this heat. We can see Drew Hoagland currently dropping from 2nd to 3rd after that wreck there. We see Bud Stute getting put back on there. We got a 4-way tie, it looks like, just a few cars behind for first position here. Sean McCutcheon now taking the lead, it shows. And a car coming off in the camel hump here on White Lane. That's Bill Pinch's car. See Bud Stute getting cars put back on. 1 minute left remaining in the heat and a track call. And Gabriel Kirtley's going to get that lap.
Clear.
Don't forget, guys, chat's live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch if you want to join in on the conversation. Bud Stute getting those cars put back on real quick. Right now, Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 5.030, fastest lap time. See another car coming off, 2 cars. Paul Woosley getting one put back on in the horseshoe portion of the track. Seconds remaining, still 5.030, fastest lap time with 18 laps. Gabriel Kirtley followed by Randy Kirtley now. Keeping cars on is keys. We see Nathaniel Burden there trying to get Bill Pinch's car put back on. and that is a lap rotation. Gabriel Kirtley currently in the lead with 21 total laps, 5.030 best lap time also. Randy Kirtley in second with 20, tied with Sean McCutcheon, and between them 5.334 for Sean McCutcheon best lap time. Bill Pinch there with 18 laps in fourth. And fifth, we got Drew Bonesauce Hoagland with 16 laps. Drew, I was just told on the live stream you need to keep that torque under control. Michael Elkins, I live in Ashland City, Tennessee. Is there a slot car available near you? Yeah, check. Actually, here, let me try this real quick. Let me go here. We can find out really, really quickly. We're going to give about 10 minutes. Let's see, race list, and you said Tennessee. Oh, well, goodness. Go back here. It'll be S through Z. I always check slot blog. Tennessee. Let's see what they got here in Tennessee. You're looking at the Raceway in Cleveland, of course. That is where Bill Pinch is from. A great raceway there, flat track, good times. Fast Times Raceway, that's where Junior and them are from. A good raceway there. Jamestown Slot Car Raceway. Murfreesboro's got Apex. It's a pretty big RC place, but it has a hill climb. Tennessee Top Slots, a drag place. Rods, rails, I don't know much about that one. English Mountain, a few others. Hope that helped. Car slamming into the wall there. Right now, Randy Frost King Kirtley currently in the lead, 27 laps. Gabriel Kirtley, 28. Well, now both of them 28. 5.166 best lap for Randy Frost King Kirtley. See James McCutcheon there.
Track. What I call it, track.
A main guy's about 5/10 faster than our B main guys, as we can see here by the lap times. Several cars coming off there on Paul Woosley, but he's great at getting them put back on. So the braids are flared out on Drew Bonesauce Hoagland.
Well, because it's in the red zone. Yeah, I called it. Bill was on in the red.
A little bit of an argument of what a track call he is. Inside the red zones, above the bridge, you can kind of see them, and below the bridge is the track call, and also the front stretch at every single time that takes place. So track must be called for that. Anyways, we're moving on in to see what our previous heat holds. Randy Frost King Kirtley with 21 laps. Gabriel Livermore Lightning with 20 laps. Sean Tigger McCutcheon with 20. 18 laps for Bill Pinch. And 15 laps for Drew Bonesauce Hoagland. Gonna have to take a look at those braids, as he had a hard wreck and his braids were kind of flared up. So he'll get that straightened up in this heat. As his standings are right now, total laps 41, 41 Gabriel and Randy. 40 laps for Sean McCutcheon, 36 Bill Pinch, and 31 Drew Hoagland. What are they racing for, guys? If you really want to know, the Purple Crown. Our winter crown, folks. That's what they're racing for. And it's going to be a total of all of their laps combined. We can see every one of the racers here today for the GTP Flexi Purple Crown Challenge here. And we're going to have 4 of these races, A mains and B mains, for a total of 8 races. So we're going to be here quite some time hanging out and racing all day long. I don't know how long the voice is going to keep up, but I'll keep going as long as I possibly can. And hopefully you guys will stick in there with us. You got questions or anything about what's going on here at Lanes Raceway and how we do things, let us know in the chat, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We have chat live, and you can check that out. Hopefully at the end of this, when we get a winner, we'll have us a nice little interview right here that we can talk to them. But as it is right now, great weather here in Livermore, Kentucky. And this is a shot from the front side of our track, and that guy in the pizza truck might have my delivery. I'm hoping he does, because I got a big NSR delivery supposed to be here today. It's going to be exciting for sure. Later on tomorrow, we'll be running on the orange a little bit too with the NSR, so that'll be exciting, and hopefully you guys will tune in for that. 3 seconds before we go back green racing. Randy Kirtley is your leader. Kirtley currently in the lead now with 48 laps, tied with Randy Frost King Kirtley. Sean McCutcheon right there on their heels with 48. And a big cluster of them coming around there. So we get a little bit of a wreck there. Turn 1, Bud Stute's going to get them put back on in a timely fashion. And right below each one of our track marshals is a little bit of blue tape that lets them know how far forward they can go without blocking the sight of our racers. We do appreciate that. Get a track call here on the front stretch, actually. And we're going to have about a 10-minute intermission after this race. And we're going to turn the track on, let the guys test it to them for about 10 minutes, and we'll run right into the next race after that. We will not be qualifying but once today. So all of the guys that qualified or finished last will be actually had a little bit of a non-putback there. So Bud got a little bit overwhelmed there in the snake pit. We had to hit the track button there. And we were putting the car on turn 1, and then turn 2 had 2 other stalled cars. I heard one of the racers say track, and that was definitely a track call. So we're going to go ahead and hit the button on that. 14 seconds left to go. We want to run a good fair race here and let everybody have a good shot at it. And if these cars are not getting put on in a timely fashion, we got to make a call. You know, we can't just let them sit there and suffer. I guess the argument could be made, don't come off, but nonetheless, that is the case. Sometimes people come off. We don't want to be completely heartless. Sean McCutcheon, 63. Gabriel Kirtley, 63. 61 for Randy Frost King Kirtley is your top 3. Bill Pinch with 55. 49 for Drew Bone Sauce Hoagland. These guys are getting some laps added up there for sure. You see the best lap time in the previous segment, 5.192 for Sean McCutcheon there on the yellow lane. And the best median of 5.313 for Sean McCutcheon. Hanging out in the pits here, you can see Paul Woosley was in our B main here, checking out some stuff in his little pit area. As he goes back to help track marshal. Glenn Burton's head right there above the camera. Helping track marshal. Don't forget, guys, chat is live. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. You want to check things out, get things going on. And it does look like our big order just come in. As we see, one of the delivery guys brought it in. It'll be pretty exciting there for the guys, especially for tomorrow, because be NSR racing tomorrow. So that package come in the nick of time for several people that might want to get involved in that. Now, guys, you can get in the Four Crowns race and race. The only way you're going to get your laps counted, though, is if you raced with us in the previous year. But you can race these races just like it's a regular every Sunday race. So don't let this discourage you from coming on in. You just won't get your laps counted, but you can get in the race with the guys. We'll slot you in there with the rest of them. But most of these guys are racing because they want the glory of the crown. Down the bottom left hand of your screen, the crown glory. You want to be a Lord of Lanes Raceway. And I can't say I blame them, because it's pretty cool to be a Lord of Lanes Raceway, to say the least. We got 4 red lights, or well, 3 yellow lights and a red dropping out. And we're going back racing yet again. See Paul Woosley getting cars on the best that he can. We see some of them come towards our face here a little bit. They go across that start-finish line. Very, very close racing. Nathaniel Burden getting one put on to the second last corner there. Right now, Sean, Bill, Drew, Randy, and Gabriel all on 4th lap. Brad Lynn Hudson, so it's $15 a race, or is it $15 flat fee for all? It's $15 a race.
Clear.
Our races are normally 12, but this being a championship, we give out cash prizes and stuff like that. It helps to fund that, means we didn't get any sponsors this year. So, anywho, yeah, $15 a race. Usually the going rate for a championship. So, sometimes people would argue it's a little bit cheap, but we like to run pretty cheap here, as you know, Brad. $10 all day here, not for 30 minutes or an hour. You pay $10 track time while we're open, and you can race on any of our tracks, any of the lanes, and it's not necessarily a common place. A lot of places they'll charge you per minutes or by minutes and per lane. They'll lock you down to a lane, but we open it all up to you, even our drag strip. You can get on it if you like. Glenn Burden there rolling around. Seconds remaining. Sean McCutcheon now with 19 laps there on yellow. Bill Pinch 18, 16 for Gabriel and Drew and Randy now. 10 seconds remaining. All right, that's going to be a lane rotation. Sean McCutcheon, 23 laps in that segment, 3 more than Bill Pinch with 20. Gabriel Kirtley, 19. Randy Kirtley, 18. And 17 for Drew Bonesauce Hoagland. Fastest lap turn in the previous heat, Sean McCutcheon, a 5.054. 86 total laps for Sean McCutcheon right now in first place. 82 for Gabriel Kirtley in second. Randy Kirtley was 79. 75 for Bill Pinch and 66 for Drew Hoagland. Watching the guys here right now do a little bit of work on their cars. I don't. I mean, shoot, Gabriel hadn't raced since the Flexi Challenge last time. So, I don't know what he's running. He'd probably tell you, though. He's flustered. Yeah. Passion. The passion of slot car racing, Paul. The passion. You know how it is, Paul. It's tough when you're running up there at the top, you know. Three seconds, we'll be back racing, guys. 2 yellows and a green. Here we go. We got a track call here as we see a car popping off. If I could have hit a track call quicker than that. Right there on the front stretch, a little pop up. Gabriel Kirtley with a 4.899 fast lap time. Now that's cooking, folks. 87 total laps.
Clear. Can't wait for his 3 seconds.
Car popped off a blue there. Gabriel Kirtley gets his car put back on. Drew Hoagland coming off there in the second to last corner. Bud Stute doing an exceptional job down there on turn 1, helping get the cars put back in. Ten seconds remaining in the heat. All right, after that heat, we got 23 laps for Gabriel Kirtley, 21 for Randy and Sean McCutcheon, 19 for Drew, and 18 for Bill Pinch. Fastest lap previous heat of 4.819. I think that's the first time we've seen a car in the fours. That's pretty quick. And a median lap of 4.982, also by Gabriel Livermore Lightning Kirtley. Guys are going to be working on their cars here.
Gabriel got 23, then you only got 21. You're pushing it. Leading. What's the team out of? Well, that's not Gabriel's fault. Scared me when he got 24. I said, well, you need to be scared. I'm going to get Kirby Jones for him. I'm going to get Kirby some. There you go.
You gotta reach down and filter.
30 seconds. We'll be back racing. Our next segment is 6 of 8. So we're 2/3 of the way through this A main segment. GTP Flexi Purple Crown total laps section here. We'll be filling that out after this race. Before we start our next race, we'll have about a 10-minute intermission. Let the guys get a little bit of practice under their belt. Don't forget, chat's live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Don't forget to like, share, and follow, subscribe if you like to our channel. We're going back racing. We'll be bringing you guys a lot of slot car action here today and tomorrow for the Four Crowns first week event. Be our purple and blue crowns this week. And next week will be our green and red crowns. Next week we'll get to see a little bit of hard body and wing car action. This week we get to see a little bit of GTP and a little GT3 NSR. I like the way that rung off the tongue. Let's get a little track here and a car shooting off. On the front stretch. Bill Pinch's car. I think everybody wrecked just then, so we'll go ahead and hit the track.
Hold on. Randy.
That's a somewhat full-blown Jay Latham. Jay Latham, our king of Lanes Raceway last year, not here today to defend the crown. He's been the king for 2 years in a row. I guess he's had enough. Maybe he thinks he's mastered the art of slot car racing. Track call here and a car off on the front stretch. Another car off on the front stretch. Front stretch having some issues today. Daniel Burton snagging one up there at the second to last corner. .35 seconds remaining in the heat. Hoagland's car coming off there on red lane. 5 seconds remaining. Probably won't be able to hit the track call. And that is a rotation. Randy Frost King Kirtley 22 laps. Sean McCutcheon 22 laps. Gabriel Kirtley 19. 17 for Drew Hoagland. And 16 for Bill Pinch. Fastest lap time turn previous heat of 5.028 from Gabriel Kirtley. And the best median was a 5.245 Gabriel Kirtley. As totals progress here, we can see Sean McCutcheon still out in the lead with 129, followed by Gabriel Kirtley with 124. 122 for Randy Kirtley in third. Fourth position, Bill Pinch with 109, and Drew Bonesauce Hoagland with 102. 30 seconds remaining before we go back racing. We'll be coming into our segment 7 of 8.
Oh, you got shit.
What's wrong?
Right. Fucking pin.
Pick your thing up. Pick his pick.
All right, looks like Drew's having some issues at this end of the track here. Keep an eye on him for a little bit, see what if he gets it figured out. He's there in the far right of your screen there, black shirt, as he's going to drop quite a few laps here as he goes to figure out his car. He's got some issues here. See if we can get it back on there. As we see our first car coming off down on the camel hump. He's going to definitely want to still try to get that car back out because laps count. And to win the crown, he's going to want to get it back out there as quick as possible. And you don't think that it matters that much, but anything can happen during a race and people could wreck, just like what's happening with Drew, and it happened to them. The way it goes in these bigger races like this. And like I said, we're running 4 of these today, so he needs to just get the laps turned to the best of his ability. Because next race, it could be somebody else. So you don't want to get discouraged, especially this early on. You want to get these cars out there and get them rolling as quick as possible. And you'll have 10 minutes after this race to figure things out as I turn the track back on. We'll go into a small intermission before we start up our next race. I gives everybody a little bit of break-in time before we start our next B main. I can go grab the sheets and implement some times live on stream so that you guys can see how many laps these guys are right now as we go into our second race. See if there's going to be any changes in leadership to get this big purple crown. Like I said, it's almost like an enduro, but except we're running it in several different segments. Paul Woosley there grabbing the car on top portion of the bridge. Bud Stoop chasing one down. 2 seconds remaining. That's the end of segment 7. Excuse me. Randy, Frost King Kirtley, Gabriel Kirtley, Sean McCutcheon, all 21 laps. Bill Pinch with 19. Drew getting to a late start there, only losing about 10 laps to Bill Pinch, but he was able to get 9 laps out of that heat with a messed up car there. So we'll see how well he develops as we progress to the final heat here. And laps are laps. That's the way I see it, especially whenever it comes down to what place are you going to finish overall in the Purple Crown. Sean McCutcheon, 150 total laps, 145 for Gabriel, 143 for Randy Frost King Kirtley, 128 Bill Pinch, and 111 Drew Hoagland as we head into the final segment here. 80 seconds of intermission while these guys work on their cars, and we'll be right back with you. right, 10 seconds as we go into our final heat here for our first race of the day. And I will be grabbing, like I said, after this, taking a small intermission, let the guys do a little practicing. You guys will be able to view that while I'm getting the numbers added up here on the live stream. But right now, it looks like Sean McCutcheon's going to bring his first one home with 151. Paul Woosley having some issues getting the car put on there. It looks like he got her in there in just the nick of time. If you guys are wondering where Guillermo Suar is, he's still on vacation. A little mixed match of the dates when he was supposed to come back. We're extremely sad that he wasn't able to do it. We actually did our times around him, but somehow or another the dates got mixed matched, so he's going to miss the whole first week, which is GTP and NSR for the 4 Crowns. 50 seconds remaining, 14 laps for Gabriel Kirtley. He's going to need more than that to catch. I just don't see it happening. Someone's phone is really ringing. Seconds remaining. Gabriel, Randy, and Sean all turning 18 laps here.
Ruth, it wasn't for bad luck, you didn't have no luck.
12 seconds remaining. All right, guys, leave your cars where they're at. I got to get section numbers. Bill, what was your section?
74.
74. Gabriel, what was your section? 32. 22. Sean McCutcheon, what was yours? 0. Dad, what was yours? 94? 84? Drew, what was yours? 45? Huh? 4 or 5? Okay. All right, and that's going to print out. That's going to give me what we need to know. Guys, the track's going to be on for 10 minutes. Then we'll be going right into the next race. So everybody that has their cars over here, y'all can test and tune. Do not change them. If you change them, I need to know. Y'all can test and tune on them. Yeah. But you can't change the car. What, this one? Looks like a 32. Okay, let's see here. I need to go to cancel, practice, and let's turn the track on. All right, guys, you guys are going to watch these guys just test and tune for about 10 minutes. I got to go get some paperwork. I'll be back here with you guys shortly.
Dad, you and Dave for the total picture of the first race. What's the number on that Corvette of Drew's?
41.
No, I need to know what the actual NSR number is. On the blue one over there. Go grab the car and look on the back of it. Tell me what the number is. T, did you say that number was a 0441 AW? Guys, at 2:25, we're going to start racing.
right, folks, let's get back into the mix here. I got to pull up the software for this, which I think I've already closed out. And we are going to fire up the laps count here, because this is how we're going to tell invertedly who is going to be in the first race. So we still have all 11 racers from our previous race. So let's back all these guys out. And the one with the lowest amount of laps looks to be 120. James, where would you like to go? You are. You had the least amount of laps. What color would you like to go to? White. Okay. All right, 122. Glenn Burden, where do you want to go? Black. All right, and what's above 122? 37 gets the bid. Let's see. 129. Bud, where would you like to go? Purple. Okay, and then 137. Ron? Huh? Oh, Drew Hoagland, where would you like to go? Drew Hoagland, where would you like to go? Where do you want to go? Blue? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ron Thomas, where would you like to go? Red? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, who's above Ron? Okay, let me look at the paperwork since they tied. Bill's at a 74, and Paul is at an 80, so it'll be Bill. Bill, where would you like to go? Or do you want to go to A main? A main. All righty, we're good then. You tell me if you pass. All right, what's your width? All right, stick it over. All right, guys, we got a race. A-mainers, find yourself on the track. What? You need to check it. So our marshals are going to be Nathaniel, Paul, Bill, Gabriel, Sean, Randy. What do you need, honey? Who? Man, that's a... Okay. Get them guys their stickers, honey, please. Thank you. All right, let's get this back over to the chat. Chat is live still. You're good. I watched you. All right, racers, we ready? I forgot Drew's in the B main. Was that what it was, bud? Okay. Shoo. He had a rough one last one. could happen to any of y'all, so don't get too cocky. Y'all catch one wreck, you'll be in the same situation as him. Sucking up HT. Bradley and Hudson Jigsaw ain't letting it tool through the corners. All right, racers, we ready? Track marshals, in position. Here we go. All right, here's the start of our second race in the GTP challenge here. And Drew Hoagland getting bumped from the A main to the B. He had some car trouble in the A main previously. This was part of that issue. Jigsaw ain't letting it roll through the corners. Yeah, he's trying to do the aggressive stuff. He needs to drive it like his Mercedes. I wish he would. Drew is fast, and he is definitely a contender for the 4 crowns. Like he's getting his rhythm back here in the B main though. Anybody else catch a lap on that? Okay. All right, cool. All right, that'll work. Hard hit there in the 3rd corner right outside the snake pit. Bill Pinch getting on there pretty quick. Drew Hoagland in the lead right now, 14 laps, 4.965 best lap. He's humming, folks. He's got his car back in order. But he is currently in the B main. It's going to be rough. Nice put back there by Sean McCutcheon. Paul Woosley getting him put back on there. Bud Stute in second with 13 laps with Glenn Burden and Ron Thomas. James McCutcheon with 12. All right, and that is a lane rotation for first heat of our second race here, GTP. See Drew Bonesauce Hoagland leading the way, 21 laps. Bud Stute 16, 15 tied for Glenn Burden and Ron Thomas, 14 laps for James McCutcheon. Fastest lap time 4.965 for Drew Bonesauce Hoagland and a 5.258 median lap time. Right now, after the lap totals have been in, we can see that a 168 of Sean McCutcheon currently in the lead, a 167 for Gabriel Kirtley, a 163 for Randy Kirtley. That's your top 3 so far lap-wise counting. So very, very close race indeed. As these guys are probably all 3 going to be running for King of Lanes Raceway. So they're going to definitely not want to miss any of these races today or tomorrow, as all laps add up to the king. But you can add up all the laps today and become a Lord of Lanes Raceway. The Purple Crown, actually, that's our winter crown, and we're going to be crowning somebody here today for the GTP class here. It's been a fun little class and a fun little series all season long. A lot of the guys really do like the flexi class here, especially on the flat track. 20 seconds remaining before we go back green racing. And here we go. See James running back to his spot real quick. Wearing last year's 4 crowns. He was in our last year 4 crowns. Sean having some trouble getting some cars on. We got a track call here, front stretch movement. Leader Drew Hoagland in that puke green looking car, holding it down to the best of his ability. Hard hit into the wall there and a rider. After some serious trouble with Drew Bonesauce Hoagland, he's back in the mix here in this race, holding it down. And he's going to be able to make up some of those laps he lost in the previous race. It's going to be beneficial for him. Hopefully he can get some luck, and some A-mainers have some trouble, and maybe that'll put him back for the next race into the A-main. Right now, he is fighting to get back into that A-main, as we can see here, turning 12 laps so far, a total of 33. He just got to remain keeping his focus, and just like Brad Hudson said, he's got to be able to roll that car. Bud Stute having some issues here with his car. He's got time, though. He needs to get his car fixed real quick and get it back out there so he can get some laps in. He's putting it on the block right now. Let's see if we can go over there to the pit section and take a look at him. He's right up there in the top left-hand portion of your screen. Looks like he's going to get it back in. He's taking it to the pit area. We'll see Bud get his car put back in the pit area. He's coming back in. He's got whatever problem was wrong with it fixed, but he doesn't want to miss out on these laps for sure. Randy Frosky and Kirtley giving it a little once-over, too, to make sure Bud's good and ready to go. Never a dull moment at Lanes Raceway as the drama of the racers ensue, as we've had a little bit of bad luck so far in this second race. Now, as the day progresses, we're probably going to see a little bit of that constitution of the racers kind of fade a little bit, as this is somewhat of an enduro really that's taking place here, to its small amount of rotation in between, and only about 10 to 15 minutes in between races before we start a new one. So it's going to be very tough to keep your mind set in a good rhythm as we progress, because people are going to start getting tired. It's going to be hard to focus with these fast cars. But right now, Drew Bonesauce Hoagland out in the lead, and he's come back pretty good from his previous race, having trouble. Now he's totaling 41 laps, and on average about 3 to 4 laps more than the previous racers. So Drew Hoagland there with 41, Glenn Burden there with 17, 16 tied for Ron Thomas and James McCutcheon, and 12 for Bud Stute. So he wasn't out long. He only lost about 4 laps to James, and he's only 2 laps different in the total of the race. It's getting crazy out here, folks, at Lanes Raceway, and what a beautiful day to have this take place. Look at our front parking lot. Nice, beautiful, cold day. But nonetheless, cold's good when you're racing cars. Compression's high, just like the brains out here. Every one of these guys are losing their brains out there on the racetrack. Chat's live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch if you want to join the conversation. Been talking here with Brad Lynn Hudson, one of our NSR racers. Probably see him a little bit tomorrow. And don't forget, we got some live action taking place here on the Blue King. We've been working vigorously on it for the past couple weeks. Got Braid coming in the next couple weeks too, so we're pretty excited about that. And I'll tell you what, 20 seconds remaining. We'll be back green racing. That's the most important part here for the B main as we enter into our segment 3 for some really intense racing so far. A lot of wrecks, a lot of track calls. And so a lot of the guys have been wrecking on the red portions of the track. Drew's over here in the booth. He better run. There he goes. He's running. He's got 1 second, about 5 seconds for the lights to pop. But he better roll. Different world when it comes to the 4 crowns. We don't stop for nobody. We keep rolling. If you don't have your car ready by the time the race starts, you're not getting in it. We got quite a few races we have to run here. Like I said, 8 total races today if you count them all. And this will be our 3rd race today of 8. So we're probably going to be here till at least 9. And then guess what, guys? We're going to be right back here again, 8 o'clock in the morning, doing NSR the same way. But the NSR is going to run 2 races on the blue track, and it's going to run 2 races on the orange track. Which if you haven't seen the orange track, we'll run over there real quick. This is a miniature orange. It's actually shy by about 16 foot. We call it a Atomic Tangerine because it's a small orange. A little play on words there, a little bit funniness. We like to keep it lively and funny here. I see a car coming off there. Paul Woosley's going to get it stuck back on there pretty good. We'll see some of these cars coming towards our face here. James McCutcheon there currently on green lane. Right now, Drew Hoagland, 12 total laps, 5.237 best lap time over a total of 54 laps. He is definitely outclassing these guys, but he's usually running in the A main. But with all the previous problems he had in the A main, he is now in the B. But maybe this will give him the confidence that he needs to get some high laps to get back into the main show at A main, because tell you what, guys, it's hard to stay in the A and keep your car in good contact and form, and also keep your brain about you. So right now he's doing a pretty good job here. He's about, like I said, anywhere from 3 to 4 laps up on the B main field here. But nonetheless, everybody's a winner when they come here to race, because we got a fine facility here and an excellent track, almost brand spanking new. 2023 is when this track was built, and it was a practice track for the Eton Club in the Czech Republic for the Worlds. So the Worlds track, the Ascari, actually went to Piranha, and this was the practice track from the Czech Republic, a 1-to-1, same color and all, actually. But what a track. Giannis, I can't remember exactly how to pronounce his name, the Bokens, excellent track manufacturer. I've really, to date, have not seen somebody build a better track. His tracks, they have plenty of legs, keep that nice, straight feel to them. Excellent flat track. Love this track. Easy to clean. Great track. Drew Hoagland right now turning 21 laps that second. 19 for Ron Thomas, 17 for Glenn Burden, 16 for James McCutcheon, and 17 for Bud Stute. Total laps are right now 62, first place for Drew Hoagland, 50 for Ron Thomas, 49 for Glenn Burden, 46 for James McCutcheon, and 45 for Bud Stute. And the lap totals here right now, as you can see, they're not in any given order. These are just the order of the names that we got in order. So of course, Randy signed up first for the races today, and then Bill second. And we got 163 laps for Randy, 144 total for Bill. Drew Hoagland 130 plus what we're doing right now. Gabriel Kirtley 167, Glenn Burden 122, 155 for Nathaniel Burden, Ron Thomas 137, Bud Stute 129, Paul Woosley 144, Sean McCutcheon 168, and James McCutcheon 120. It's a real close little race so far for who has the most laps. Only 1 lap separating Sean from Gabriel Kirtley, and literally only 4 laps separating Randy from Gabriel. So top 3 is definitely going to be a battle for who's going to take home this Purple Crown today. And By Purple Crown, we mean Winter Crown. And our Winter Crown, of course, being the GTP Flexi for the year. Got 4 seasons in a year, 4 crowns. And here we go for another 120. Drew Hoagland in a rush. Going to miss a second or two there. Some of our track marshals even a little bit late to the game. It's quick racing, boy. They ain't used to it. They're used to that. We wait on them on a regular Sunday and let them fix their stuff and everything else. Not in a big hurry, but when it comes to the 4 crowns, everybody's in a rush. These cars are on the track more time than they're off. It's good to see, you know. I mean, it keeps competition high if you ain't got your stuff in order. Whoa, what a wreck right there. That was a big wreck right into Paul Woosley. Drew Hogan said he got on top of him. He just carried him. Sweet mercy. Drew taking out James McCutcheon there. And then laughing in his face about it. I'm surprised they're not going to blows. But nonetheless, quite funny. Of course, James, of course, good-spirited guy. Never takes anything too serious like that. Quite an enjoyable race we're having here so far. As you guys can see, Bonesaw got caught lollygagging around. Yes, he did, and we got a track call here. Which car is it? It's good now? Well, a little bit of a swap back there in our snake pit. So the car there on yellow actually came off, got on purple, came back off, and got back into its lane. So pretty interesting to see there. Nonetheless, we're back green racing. We don't want to smash these cars into oblivion. If we hear rider or track, we definitely going to hit that button. Our track marshals know best. As you guys can see, our track marshals are doing an exceptional job getting these cars put back on. And I think if this continues on, we're going to have a really good race weekend. Hopefully more people show up tomorrow for the NSR. It's been a pretty popular class here for sure at Lanes Raceway since we started it about 2 months ago. I'll tell you what, I can't keep the cars in. We just got our fresh shipment in during the break earlier whenever we were transitioning over into our second race, and I was getting the laps counted up. Now none of them are in the system, but my wife is going to get them into the system today, and we're just going to have to sell them on basis currently. So if you want one, we're going to sell it. Come to find out too, the Repsol car, the blue car, is not like it's pictured. It's a different color, but hey, it is what it is. And I know Drew was a little bit disappointed about that because he was wanting one, but it ends up looking just like the other blue ones. So after the heat right there, we got Drew Bonesaw Hoagland, 21 laps. Like I said, 3-4 laps is what he's separating himself from. Ron, 18 laps there in second, 16 for Glenn. Bud Stute was 17, 15 for James McCutcheon. Fastest lap that previous heat was a 5.108, of course, by Drew Hoagland. Like I said, normally running in our A main. He's going to be quite a bit faster than these guys, but from the horrible luck he had in the previous race, just to kind of go over some of the notes from the previous race here, we can take a quick here look, and we can see that Sean McCutcheon turned 168, 167 for Gabriel in second, Randy Kirtley 163. That was your top 3 in the first race. Bill Pinch was 144, and then Drew down there with 130. And Drew was running pretty close to Randy before he had a big, huge come apart and a wreck. And hey, that happens sometimes. That's racing. You guys know that. But he's getting his confidence built back up here in the B main, and that might just be the special medicine that he needs to get back in this game and get those laps pumped back up. See a lot of times guys choosing the B main versus the A main when they have A main skill. Now, in my personal opinion, I always think if you can get in the A main, you get in it. Just the same way that we seen Bill Pinch today choose to be in the A main. Why do we do that? Well, my brother kind of explains it the best, I think. He explained it like this to me. He said, you know, Donnie, he says, I raced AMS open wheel for years. You know, got used to it. And there towards the end, it kind of felt like I was in a slow car. He says, but then I got asked one time to do a crate open wheel. And he says, I went down to that, and he said, I just like kept my foot pinned to it and just literally drove with one hand. He says, because when you step down, it's just that much easier. So if you're not trying to develop your skill and you just want to cruise through it, it'll actually make you worse, is what he says. So, he said the next time he got back out there into the AMS car, he said it was a lot faster than it was the previous time. So let that be an example to you. If you got a chance to get into the AMA, you want to try to do it because you want to try to constantly get better. So we had a little bit of trouble there, track marshal getting cars on, so we went ahead and hit that track button. Brad Lynn Hudson, tell Drew my C8 is the right color, so I had it first. Oh, he was tore up, Brad. So I come in, it was just like yours, literally. And I know that it shows online that it's a different color, but that just isn't the case. The blue one is the blue one. That's the way it is. I guess they changed the livery on it. It's the only thing I can figure. Sean McCutcheon taking off running, doing something to a car. I don't know. Looks like he put a pin in it, maybe. He's back there on his track marshal spot. He likes to get the energy out here at Lanes Raceway. So we got another track call. Looks like we're having quite a few riders here in this heat. Glenn Burton right now in the lead with laps 5 total so far, and totaling 70 laps total. He's only 2 laps down from Ron Thomas. Ron Thomas, of course, from Columbus, Ohio, and he drove all the way down here to have a little bit of racing action with us, and we appreciate that. He's been having a pretty good time. Looks like Bud Stute's car's got a body issue. If he wants to fix it, he's going to have to fix it on his time, not the track's time. But right now it looks like it's holding in there and not doing too bad, so he might be able to make it to the end of the heat to be able to fix that car issue. Like I said, guys, we'll give enough time to get the car put back on the track. Not enough time for the guys to fix the braids or the bodies or nothing like that. We're going to hit it and keep going. That's how we kind of do our track calls here in these bigger race formats. Paul Lucy was struggling there just for a second, but he was able to fix it there and get his cars rolling. So it looks like we had a rider there by Paul Woosley. It looks like one of the cars damaged there. It looks like it might be James McCutcheon's car there, a little damaged. But just like I said, guys, we keep on rolling. They're going to fix it on 3rd time. Sean McCutcheon, what a champ. You guys missed it. I was glorified there. He ran a car back to the start-finish line. Sorry y'all missed that, but I was watching him. Another car coming off the track here. He's doing the same thing again. Let's see if he can. He's doing it. And we get a track call from him, so we'll honor it. All right. Here we go, folks. 3 seconds remaining in the heat. A lot of damage on a lot of cars. We'll see if they can get them all fixed within the next rotation. And after that heat, let's go over here to the right display. A lot of action, a lot of action. Drew Bones Hossogla, 19 laps, another 3 laps up on Ron Thomas. And Glenn Burton with 16. Bud Stute with 13. James McCutcheon with 12. Total laps for Drew Hoagland in first place, 102. Ron Thomas with 84. 81 for Glenn Burton there in 3rd position. 4th position, Bud Stute with 75, and 73 in 5th position for James McCutcheon. Megan Mizell says, remind Bud that this is not a place to fly. All right, Megan, sure will. Hey, Bud, I have just been notified this is not a place for you to fly. All right, 76 seconds remaining. Segment 6 of 8 currently. Go over here to Worlds 3. That's where we're seeing Bud. Him and Sean McCutcheon working on his car. His car flew off the track twice in the previous heat a while ago as he was having some issues there. I'm going to see if I can get a water from the wife. My throat's getting a little dry. T, if you don't mind, could you give me a water, please? Megan's over there by the cash register. She's the one that sent in the message there, and she is cracking up currently. Just a little banter back and forth between the couple. All in good fun, all in good fun. I need to actually write down on here that this was our first race. A main, B main. Oh, looks like my wife's already done it. God bless her on that. She didn't get the A main on this one. All right, there we go. Beautiful. Got those. Yeah, it was funny, wasn't it? All right, and we put that there. 1 second. We're going back racing, folks. Let me get it back onto our main screen here while I take a little drink of water here. Trouble taking off there for Bud Stoop, but it looks like he's got her back under control here. I know Sean can do some quick manipulation there on the chassis and get them back up and running. You guys may have seen one of my little tip videos. Sean can do that by feel and not have to stick it on the track to even check it. So Sean, he's definitely got a gift for flexing flexi cars, as they say. And he's a chemical man too. I mean, he comes up with chemicals and different kinds of braid juice and everything else. It's crazy. Some of the stuff that he comes up with is actually quite clever. There was a green juice, the green or blue, greenish blue color juice that he got developed. I guess it's been a little bit of trouble there for Bill as we went ahead and hit the track button there for him. But the greenish blue juice that he had for the commentator, really good stuff actually. A lot of the guys put it on the commentators and they were gaining anywhere from 1/10 to 2/10. Anybody get a lap on that?
-1 on white, I think.
-1 on white.
Yeah, I know that didn't show it.
Let me know if it shows it.
Keep the count. I'll see what time the white stuff said.
Yeah, let me know if it counts it. They're saying it's a -1 for white, which is running around here. And it doesn't look like it counted. 5.155 is good, so he is plenty good. We got it set for, I think, 4.7 seconds, so or it might be 4.5, I can't remember. We got it set pretty low. And here we go, back green racing. Right now, Drew Bonesaw Oakland, 11 laps. Ron Thomas, 10 laps. Glenn Burden and James McCutcheon, 9. And Bud Stoop, 8. Hard hit it there into the wall. Camel hump there. Camel hump action there for Natty Ice. Sam Smith, how do we get some of the stuff you were talking about? The green juice, he is right now, I wish I could show, I might be able to actually, well, if you look right there where he's located on World 3 here, right there behind him where he's at, he's got like gallons of the stuff he makes. 3 seconds remaining in the heat. Right now he's been working on a red formula, but yeah, we can get it to you. Just same as before. If you want some, Sam, just hit us up in the PM currently until we get our store up and running. But when our store gets up and running, Sam, you'll just be able to click on whatever you want and add it to a cart like any other web store, and then cash out, similar to how that you cashed out with the Palings. But if you wanted some of his stuff, we can set it up. He hasn't told me how much he wants to sell the stuff for, but I will tell you this, the stuff that he makes is pretty good stuff. Anywhere from 1/10 to 4/10 I've seen, so pretty good stuff for sure. Now, I will say, I have seen one motor smoke, but they claim it wasn't because of that. They claim it was because it was an old motor. And they do kind of have something to say about that, because I have seen them put it on new motors, and it doesn't really hurt them that bad. But anyways, he's developing some kind of red cherry juice now and blueberry juice. It's for bushings and braid. And like I said, he's a regular old little chemist over there. Every week he's got something else he wants to show me. So we'll be bottling that stuff up. I got some bottles for him to put it in, but just hit us up whenever you want some, Sam, and I'll find out how much he wants to sell it for. Right now, Drew Bonesauce Hoagland, talking about sauce, 121, currently leading by 20 laps to Ron Thomas. Glenn Burden there in third place with 97. 89 tied Bud Stute and James McCutcheon. But all these laps are counting for these guys as we progress further along in today's GTP Purple Crown. Fastest lap there is a 5.155 from Drew Hoagland, and also fastest median time 5.608. Randy Kirtley and Sean McCutcheon checking the track out. We see Randy Kirtley rolling the track here as we've had a few wrecks here. Some of the track's probably getting a little boogered up. Sam Smith says, "Gotcha. I love the stuff I got from you a few weeks ago." Sam, I appreciate it, man. Guys are working really, really hard to increase the quality of some of the stuff, and we're getting a lot of feedback from some things that could change. We've already actually changed to a newer model of the Pit Boy Air for reasons of being hard to pull the battery compartment off the back. So Randy Curley's already been hard in the lab on that. He's got all of our other Pit Boys up to date on that. So if you got one of the first ones, thank you for letting us know about that. And future iterations, you know, always getting better. If you got any comments or ways to improve the things that we're coming out with, please let us know. We're actually developing a new body pinner in the future too. It's going to cover Champion chassis and Womp Womp chassis. We've been getting a lot of feedback from that, and people really want to know. So we're going to implement that into our magnetic system, and a couple other things too about the body pinner. We're going to have a new design of it coming. Now this may be a few months off, but you know, we're still waiting on Guillermo to get back from vacation. But when he gets back from vacation, you know, him and Dad, they like to talk about things like that and get more and more better iterations of certain things that they develop. But all the stuff that they've had been a pretty big hit, and we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from it, and we're appreciative of that. And we also like to bring those helpful tip videos and stuff that you guys have seen, and we plan on bringing more of those. Now, of course, the next couple of days I'm probably not going to bring any. This is the videos you're getting for the next couple of days, is me non-stop talking for 8 hours. If that sounds like a drog, well, just picture this being like NASCAR, and you know, turn the TV on, get you something to eat, enjoy yourself for a day off, and then maybe take you a nap, wake up, I'll still be here. If you are crazy about stock car racing like me, you are following these numbers, you're seeing now that Drew Hoagland had a horrible first A main, wrecking out and dropping all the way to the bottom. Now we're seeing him have a glorious B main, and that's the beauty about the Four Crowns. We go by laps, not position, and it does make a big difference here, as we can see him doing 137 laps here so far. He's been smooth, he's getting his focus back, and he's definitely going to pop back into that A main after this, I'm sure. Let's just go over some of the A main track lap numbers here. We see Sean McCutcheon 168, 167 for Gabriel, 163 for Randy Kirtley, and 144 Bill Pinch, 130 for Drew. So he's already beat his time previously speaking. 7 seconds left in this rotation. He's probably going to get him another 20 laps come next heat. Car fly off the track there. Now we're in a lap rotation. Drew's staying consistent at about a 5.191, and we're seeing a lot of growth here for him for sure. As we head over to the right display, we can see 19 laps for Drew, but Glenn coming back in there, 18 laps, making it a little bit pressure on Drew. Also Bud Stute and James McCutcheon with 17. 16 laps there for Ron. Ron kind of fallen just a little bit from what we normally see Ron do. Ron's right there, usually right next to Drew, but he ain't dropping 16, so I had a couple wrecks there for Ron, it looks like. But we'll see if he gets back in here for the final segment here. Here is your total laps. 140 for Drew, Bone, Sauce Hoagland, 117 for Ron, Thomas, Glenn Burden, 115, 106 Todd, Bud Stute, and James McCutcheon. Brad Lynn Hudson said, you should holler at old Blake Smith and have him come give you a break in the commentating. Last year, Blake Smith commentated our whole Flexi, or 4 Crowns. Or no, it was a Flexi Challenge, I'm sorry. Blake Smith commentated the whole Flexi Challenge last year. Let me tell you, it's about 7 or 8 hours worth of commentating. And Blake's such a good guy, he's like, I don't want much. I won't tell you the money amount, but it was low, folks. And so anyways, I gave him a super funny car, Strap Motor 7, that had Napa on it. And I hadn't seen him run it yet, but I'll tell you what, that thing would flat hum. We was doing like 0.5s with it with an unglued track, so it's a mail hauler. Brad Lynn Hudson also says, I know he's watching. He might be. I hope he is. It'd be good to see Blake again. I follow his Facebook channel a lot and see he does a lot of good in the community for sure in the Owensboro area. Seen him be Santa Claus this year, which was kind of cool. I thought about going and sitting on his lap and asking for some prizes. Blake Smith has the gift for gab. Yes, he does. And he's got a good voice too. He doesn't have a southern drawl like me. He actually has a professional type voice. All right, guys, we're into the round robin 8 of 8, and we're humming here now, folks. This is it for the B main. We're going to get that print out just like before, as you guys have seen. And we're getting another track call here. Bridge has been a popular track call here recently. 106 seconds, though, left in this. Drew Hoagland's going to walk away with this, folks. Even if his car broke down right now, no one can catch him. He could literally pull his car, but he doesn't want to do that. Because, like I said, the 4 Crowns, the king is chosen by how many laps that he can accumulate in all 4 of the season classes. And, of course, this is a 2-week event. We're going to try to shrink it down to a 2-day event for the next year. And it's going to be tough because we want to run the same amount of races. But we're kind of playing with what we're going to do this year. So we got a track call there from Sean McCutcheon, one of our marshals. We will hit for that. But yes, like I said, guys, getting excited for next year already, and we haven't even started our first season. But every season that you come in, whether it be winter, summer, spring, or fall, purple, blue, red, or green crowns, either way you want to think about it, we will have a either USRA, ISRA, or a 132nd affiliated set of rule sets. Sorry about that, folks. I was paying attention to Sean over. I didn't know if I was going to have to hit my button or not. But everything will be a sanctioned set, rule set. Sean, I having quite a few wrecks there on him, so we went ahead and hit the button for him. All right, let's see if I can keep it straight now. But all of them will be a sanctioned set of rule sets, USRA, ISRA, or 132nd base type rule set. And when that happens, you'll always be able to come in with, like, let's say, an NSR. You'll be legal to race. You'll be able to come in with one of these flexi cars. As long as you set it by that rule, you'll be able to race. You'll be able to come in with an ISRA production car or something and be able to run that race. You'll be able to come in with an open wing car, be able to run that race, etc. and so on. To kind of make it more mainstream, I think it'll be more pleasing to the sponsors too. And then we're going to try to push that all year long instead of just for about 4 to 6 months. All right, guys, leave your cars where they're at. I'm going to need to know section numbers. Ron T, section number 1. James McCutcheon, section number 42. Drew Hoagland, section number 57. Bud Stute, section number 11. Glenn Burden, section number 22. 42. All right, T, that's a printout. I need that printout separate from the others. All right.
All right, first place going to be Drew Bonesauce Hoagland. Second place going to be Ron Thomas. And third place going to be Glenn Burden. Please get your pictures made over at the podium with T.
All right, and folks, let's get rid of this riffraff here from Twitch. Block list, let's get rid of them. Always the bots, always the bots. Get rid of the bots. All right, so we're going to exit this, and we're going to start our A-main guys up. So we go back into the drivers here. I love this software. Once you learn how to use it, really good stuff. All right. So now we got to go over to laps again. And this one's going to be Paul, Gabriel, Bill, and Nathaniel, I believe. So Nathaniel at 155, Bill at 144. Okay. Bill, where would you like to go? Yep. White? Because he finished last out of y'all's class. Nathaniel Burden, where do you want to go? Orange? And Paul Woosley. Paul Woosley, where do you want to go? All right, black. Dad, where do you want to go? Purple. Gabriel, where do you want to go? Yellow, blue, green, red. Sean, where would you like to go? Yellow, green, red. Green. All right.
All right, everybody that was in the B main, we need track marshals, if you don't mind. Track marshals.
All right, let's head over here back to Worlds 2. Sam Smith, how many total races this time? We had 11, same as the previous race. So we split them in two. Now, the reason we got 6 in the A main instead of 5 is this time, instead of them choosing to go to the B main like Nathaniel did the first race, Bill Pinch chose to go to the A main instead. And that's also why Bill got to choose first, because it's an inverted, and it's going to be inverted from here on out. So whoever has the least amount of laps gets to choose first from here on out. We don't qualify after this. So the first qualifiers, whoever had the best time got to choose, and then it's inverted from here on out. A little bit of chitter chatter from the racers. Right now we can see Bill Pinch there going to be on white, Sean McCutcheon on green, Nathaniel Burden on orange, Gabriel Kirtley on blue, Randy Kirtley on purple, Paul Woosley on black. As you guys can see, our chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, if you want to come in and join in on the conversation. And here's the laps as they are from the previous race. If you guys want to take a snapshot of that or a picture before we start racing, so that you can keep track of the laps yourself and maybe see if I mess up a little bit, because I have been known to. racers getting their cars lined up here. We got 3 of the 6 up there right now. All right, one by one, they're adding them. We're up to 4 now. 2 more cars remaining. 5. There's one car here. Paul for getting his car here. He's going to get her up there, and he's our final racer, and then we'll be getting this A main started. This is our second A main of 4. Putting a little bit of oil on his car before he gets her out there, like everybody else, putting oil on that thing. Paul Westside Woosley, almost a champion here at Lanes Raceway at one time, a couple years ago. All right, guys, y'all ready? Here we go. John EL880. Thank you, honey. See main result. Hey, racers, great to see y'all. Great to see you too, John. Let me get the camera here on a little bit better view. Gabriel Kirtley out to an early lead here. 5.097 fastest lap. Sean McCutcheon there in second with a 5.330. And I have been teching these cars after the race. We give them about a 10 to 15 minute little practice jaunt there, then I need their cars back into tech because I need to tech their cars to make sure that we good. All right. To make sure that their tires didn't get too low in the previous race, because we're running 4 races here and I don't want them dragging our track. We're doing old 32 here on our track, so they're really, really tight to the track here. We wouldn't consider these lead sleds. These are Santa sleighs here, boy. They are fast. Like Santa can deliver every present to the whole world in the nighttime. These are very similar to that. Are they the fastest? No, they're not. There's faster cars out there, but they are pretty close to the fastest when it comes to FK can type motors. And they're very smooth. And with a good controller, you can really dial it in. And you have to drive these cars. You can't just hold them wide open. I know these guys make it look like they're holding them wide open, but far from it. There's a lot of milking the old trigger, as they say. Anybody get a lap on that? All right. Seconds remaining. And it looks like Gabriel Kirtley with 23 laps. Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley with 21. Nathaniel Burden with 20. Paul Woosley 18. And Bill Pinch with 16. Fastest lap time 4.804. Gabriel a little more light than Kirtley. And a median of a 5.114. It's really humming it out there. He keeps that momentum up. Nobody's going to be able to touch him. 100 seconds before we go back into our second round robin. Good time to let you know that chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. If you want to join in on the conversation, got any questions, what's going on here, or if you got any questions slot car related that I may be able to answer, I will try my best to help you with that. And here recently, been focusing a lot of my time here on Blue King, taking our time with those nylon brushes and getting that glue off the track as gently as possible. As old of a track as this is, it's had been glued and re-glued several times, and if you're not real gentle with it, you can really dig into this track. But Brad Hudson, Ricky Hudson, Alec Vendoli, and myself, my wife, my dad, my mom, trying to think of who else, Sam Douglas and Blake Conrad, all those people coming down and helping us with that has made the process a lot quicker. And I'm always so worried that, you know, I don't want to give away the work because I'm afraid that somebody might damage it. But, you know, I'm learning to trust people. And those guys have done an exceptional job and moved us quite along when it comes to this track. So hoping to get this thing done quite quickly with the help of those racers, and we do appreciate it. Had ourselves a little bit of a pizza party here the other night, actually, over. It was kind of fun. Maybe do that again this week, possibly, if I ain't completely drained from all of the Four Crowns rigmarole. 5 seconds before we go back into segment 2 of 8. Here we go, folks. Get my hand on the track kill button over here on the left side of my controller like a 6-shooter. I swing the button quick. You see already Bill Pinch turning the first lap there on red. Competitive times here. Sean McCutcheon turning a 5.198. Gabriel Curley with a 5.178. Drew Hogan with a quick put back there for Bill Pinch up on top of the bridge. It's funny watching Drew put cars back. You guys pay attention. Every time that he goes to put a car back, it's almost like he falls off or falls over. Garrett Kirtley getting his car tossed there. Out in the netting, as they call it. And that is going to be Purple Lane. Gabriel Kirtley coming off. 5.178 so far. Bill Pinch coming off at the camel hump. Guys, this is live. What you're seeing here today is live. Drew Hogan with another and about to fall over on the track. Oh, Bonesaws Hogan. That is a far reach for him, though, really. He's got them little short T-Rex arms. I can kind of give him a hard time. He is my cousin. Good-spirited guy, though. Hard to beat. Very impressed with what he did in the previous heat, too. He turned a 160 laps in the previous B-main, so that's pretty good stuff. 5 seconds remaining in this heat. Here we go. Lap rotation. Sean McCutcheon and Gabriel Kirtley with 22 laps. Randy Frost King Kirtley with 21. 20 for Nathaniel Burden. 19 for Bill Pinch. And 18 for Paul Woosley. Fastest lap time that segment. 4.973 for Sean McCutcheon there on blue. Lap time median best of 5.208 for Gabriel Kirtley. So really, really close racing here. So we see these guys roundabout. And let's see, Brad Lynn Hudson, and he's got a little legs too. Yes, he does, Brad. Oh, bone saws, little legs, bone saws. The old quarter machine rattling. Going to be some pinball playing going to go down today. Drew laying back on the bleachers there, shaking the camera a smidge. Here's just a little quick review of the laps so far. You can go ahead and add 160 laps to Drew. That's going to put him at 190 or 290 laps. Sorry about that. 20 seconds. All right, 3 seconds before we go back racing. All the racers running to the spots. Here we go. Tight battle between Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, and Gabriel Kirtley, all in the upper 40s. Remaining right now, Sean McCutcheon, Randy, and Gabriel all 12 laps. I don't even know where that car went, whose car was, but it's underneath the orange track. Randy Kirtley's car. Headset dying a little bit there. Great headset though, guys. By the way, a Arcticus Wireless Pro something or another. Comes with a little station knobs and everything, and swappable batteries, which is quite cool. And that's lane rotation. We're going to see Gabriel Livermore Lightning Kirtley 22 laps, Sean Ticka McCutcheon 21, Randy 20, 19 for Bill Pinch, 19 for Nathaniel Burden, and 19 for Paul Woosley. We got a tight race here, folks, and everybody in the fives. Fastest time previous heat is a 5.287 of Sean McCutcheon for the median, and a 5.148 fastest lap for Sean McCutcheon. Up close and personal on Randy Frost King Kirtley's car there as he goes to move his car to his lane. Orange. Myself lay back a little bit here. Excuse me, folks. 15 seconds to go. Ten seconds. We're coming into our round robin 4 of 8 for this second race here. Second A main. Out there in the lead right now, 2 laps. Gets me back there from Sean McCutcheon there on black lane. If it takes you a little bit there, bud, just yell track, all right? Sometimes our track marshals need a little helping hand, but they forget to yell track. Get so focused on getting the cars put in. But the issue you have is sometimes they need to get out there, you know. Close race so far, though. Albuquerque 74-71, Sean McCutcheon. And 70, Randy Hurt. Hard hit from somebody. Let's see if we get a little bit closer on the looks here. Looks like we're good. Put back there. Fastest lap time right now, 5.093, Gabriel Kirtley. And another lane rotation down. Sean McCutcheon with 22. Gabriel Kirtley with 22. Randy Kirtley with 21. Nathaniel Burton with 21. Bill Pinch with 18. And Paul Woosley with 18. We're just pairing them out right here. Everybody matching everybody. We go over here to the right display. We can better see some of the breakdowns here. Fastest lap time that heat of 5.093, Gabriel Kirtley. And the fastest median of 5.242, Gabriel Kirtley. As it sets right now for everybody. First place, Gabriel Kirtley, 89 laps. 86 for Sean McCutcheon. 83 for Randy Kirtley. 80 for Nathaniel Burden. 73 for Paul Woosley. And 72 for Bill Pinch. Chill in Lanes Race. So it might be a little chilly as the day starts to progress a little bit. You see the sun going down, but it's such a beautiful day. Bradley and Hudson, idea. You should do an NSR race, and after the race portion, all racers play one game of pinball. Then add race laps to pinball score to determine the winner. That would be different for sure. Well, we'd definitely have to have a low-scoring pinball machine, or the race would not matter. Because some of these pinball machines get in the billions. My low-scoring ones, I'm trying to think. Rush would probably be a good one. About, on a good game, 40 to 60 million on it. But on average, most people about 18, 19 million. That is interesting. Yeah, turn the heat up a little bit. Maybe I'll turn it up to 71. My toes are getting cold in here. I might have to put my jacket on. Huh? Nah, I'm all right now. I don't want to get my jacket right now. I got to stay awake. I end up falling asleep over here. It's like NASCAR racing. Better get out there and track one. Here we go, folks. Make sure everybody's behind the blue line there. All right, racers, make sure you're behind the blue line. Guys, we got another track marshal that can help James out over there, please. Ooh, what a wreck. Caught that one right on the swap over. Seconds remaining. Quickly get in the car there. Hard hit there on the straight stretch. Incredible. I think cars are going flying to the median. Drew Hogan blowing his back out. Wide right there coming through the last few corners. Check the track. Anything in it? Body's ripped. All right, here we go. Somebody's got a ripped body here. Looks like Paul Woosley possibly. He's going to have to do some taping when he gets back in the pits. 27 seconds. All right, and that is a lane rotation. And set over here, 23 laps for Gabriel Kirtley, 22 for Sean McCutcheon, Nathaniel Burden with 21, 19 for Randy, 19 for Bill Pinch, and 16 for Paul Woosley. Best lap previous heat, 4.918, Gabriel Kirtley. Best median, 5.083, Gabriel Kirtley. Total laps right now as consists for first place, Gabriel Kirtley 112, 108 for Sean McCutcheon, 102 for Randy Frost King Kirtley, 101 for Nathaniel Burden, 91 for Bill Pinch, and 89 for Paul Woosley. Laps as they are right now before we add in this race. This was from our previous A main and B main races. Getting the turbo fans out here, folks. That's why everybody needs a pit boy air right here at Lanes Raceway. Let that fan blow while you got it on your little block and hook it right into your pit boy. We got several guys here with pit boys. Not enough guys with pit boy airs. They need them. They just don't know they need them yet. Racers heading back to their driver's station here as we enter into our 6 of 8 segment. Sean McCutcheon sticking his fire engine red, orange, and yellow car there right in front of the screen. Here we go. Bud Stuke with a quick putback. Hello, Elon. Sometimes Window just likes to throw you a curveball. Got to click them off the screen there so you guys can see this racing. Sean McCutcheon currently in the lead right now with 10 laps this segment. Seeing Bud Stuke there struggling as he's put a car on and car wrecks in the middle. Went ahead and hit a track call for that. Drew a little aggressive with the Bill Pinch's body there, but Bill let off to let the body flex back up. Some of the Revolution bodies are pretty rough about that. About tucking. 20 seconds remaining. Here we see some cars coming down the front stretch. Right, and that is another rotation. So we head over to the right display. Sean McCutcheon, Gabriel Kirtley, 22 laps. Randy Kirtley with 20, Nathaniel with 20, Paul Woosley 19, and Bill Pinch 18. Fastest lap that previous segment was a 5.054, Sean McCutcheon. Fastest median time was a 5.341, Sean McCutcheon. As the stands are right now, 134 laps, Gabriel Kirtley in the lead. Sean McCutcheon 130 in second. Randy Kirtley 122 in third. 121 in fourth, Nathaniel Burden. 109, Bill Pinch. 108, Paul Woosley. Drew Hoagland getting him a nice iced coffee in front of the fan cam. Randy Kirtley and James McCutcheon having a little talk. Gabriel and Sean McCutcheon, your number 1 and number 2 spot there in the camel hunt together. 40 seconds remaining as we enter into our segment 7 of 8. And just like before, guys, going to put you guys on a little bit of a hold. We'll let you watch the track while I turn it on for about 10 minutes as we move into our final half for this race weekend. Making pretty good time here, it's showing. Let's see. We started at noon and it's almost 4, so we're looking at 2 hours per. So it looks like we'll be done right around 8 o'clock-ish. And it'll be more tomorrow for the NSR. Same scenario. 6 seconds. 3 seconds. And sometimes people just don't listen. Happens. That is the way it goes sometimes. Brad Lynn Hudson. I kind of had a feeling Bone Sauce would drink them girly drinks. Good grief. Yeah, he likes a little sugar in his coffee, that's for sure. I like mine black. That's a hard hit. Whose car was that? That was on Blue Lane, I think. Paul Woosley. Hey, y'all gotta pull that guide tape off that car. Well, why are they having such a hard time getting you in? Oh. Definitely have to turn the heat up after this race. It's getting a little chilly up in this mode. So Bradley and Hudson said guide tape. So some of the guys will put guide tape on their guide. It's like a non-stick surface tape type thing that you put on the guides. It's popular with wing car guys mostly, but some of our guys put it on for the weighted guide flags to keep the weight inside of the guides, but then they tape it too far forward and you have this piece sticking out, and sometimes when you try to put the guide back in, it gets caught. So that's what I assumed. They said it's just crooked. Either way, I was just going by what I thought. As we go over here to the right display, we can see Gabriel Kirtley with 21 laps, 22 for Sean, 22 for Randy Kirtley, 19 for Nathaniel, 16 for Bill Pinch, and 16 for Paul Woosley. As we're coming into our final segment here is the standings as of this far. First place, 155, Gabriel Kirtley, 152, Sean McCutcheon, 144, Randy Kirtley, 140, Nathaniel Burton, 125, Bill Pinch, and 124, Paul Woosley. All right, racers, after this segment, we're going to have the track, like I said, back on for 10 minutes so that you can test it too, get your cars the way you want them. And then I'm going to grab the lap numbers, add those up, and then we're going to get right back into racing for our third group racing. seconds left to go. Here we go. Bradley and Hudson says, I can't believe it's cold in there. T usually has it like an oven in there. Well, she's starting the process. She's done turned that dude up to 72. And see, I'm sitting a little bit higher than everybody else. I'm a good probably 3 or 4 foot off the ground here, Brad. So I know everybody else is a lot chillier than me currently. Seconds remaining. It's been a very close race. Several of these racers are the hard hit. Seconds remaining. Nathaniel, Bill, Randy, Gabriel. 22 laps. All right. Guys, leave your cars where they're at. I need section numbers. Bill Pinch, section number. All right. 55. Sean McCutcheon. 90. Nathaniel Burden. 10. Gabriel Kirtley. 11. Randy Kirtley. 7. Paul Woosley. 28. All right. All right, guys, going to leave it on here. It looks like we got an update here. Let me go ahead and exit that. Yes, I want to exit without salt. T, I need that printout to make sure it printed.
All right, first place, Gabriel Kirtley. Second place, Sean McCutcheon. Third place, Randy Frost King Kirtley. Go get your pictures made at the podium.
Folks.
T, did it print out? Drew, did it print out? Can you tell me? Okay. right, guys, the track's going to be on till 4:15.
All right, guys, going to leave this here. I got to go get the printouts, take a small break, and then I'm going to get the laps and stuff added up for you guys, and we'll be starting right back into some more racing.
Sure that your cars will pass tech. Y'all got about 15 minutes. racers, here are your totals right now. Randy Frost King Kirtley, 328 laps. Bill Pinch, 290. Drew Bonesaw Hoagland, 290. Gabriel Livermore Lightning Kirtley, 344. Glenn Glendis Burden, 252. Nathaniel Ice Burden, 317. Ron Thomas, 272. Bud Stoop, 252. Paul Westside Woolsey, 288. Sean Tigger McCutcheon, 340. James McCutcheon, 242. Minutes, I'm going to be checking the cars, so make sure you pass that. 10 minutes, I'm going to be checking cars. giveaway here. Special thanks to Bill Finch at Raceway for having several things for us to give away. We're going to give away a Race Prize RTR Revolution 007 from Race Pace here. You see up here at the booth what we're giving away. That we're going to give away a brand spanking new Ralph Thorne Raptor Pro FK motor. And we're also going to give away a Race Pace controller harness for keeping yourself hooked up correctly without blowing your controller. Alright, so I got a random wheel generator up here. What I'm going to do from the previous race, you guys are in perfect alignment. Gabriel will be 1, Sean will be 2, Randy will be 3, Nathaniel 4, Bill 5, Paul 6, Drew 7, Ron 8, Glenn 9, Bud 10, and James 11. So if you hear your number, come up here and get a prize. Hang on, I'll bring this over here actually. Five, come on up. Bill, I'm guessing you're going to want this one. All right. bill from the category. Here we go, guys. Let's spin again. Spin for the win. Watch up on the video screen. Seven. So we drew Own Sauce Hoagland. Got his number. Come up here and get a prize, Drew. That or that? That or that? Which one? You gotta pick one. You gotta pick one. Left or right? You just have to pick one. Alright, there you go. And he chooses the race pace body. Alright, let's remove him. Here we go, guys. Alright, looks like it's going to be number 2, Sean Tigger McCutcheon. You get the last prize. Have more prizes given out tomorrow, guys. That's all the prizes we got for today, other than whoever's going to bring home the crown's going to get $100 track bucks and their picture taken with the crown. Said he didn't want to be a part of this. So we're rolling on to the next one. It's going to be 8. Who is number 8? Ron. You don't want it, Ron? It's a good prize, man. How come nobody wants these prizes? All right, I'm going to move it, Ron. Let's see. Rolling again. And 2. That is Sean again. We're going to remove him. Yeah, you can if you go get it. But you're going to keep 6 from getting it. Paul Weasley. All right, that's it. We have no more prizes for today. Thank you.
You made it until I got halfway over there. I was going to say.
All right, guys, have your cards up there. I'm coming to tech them, and then we'll go on racing.
All right, guys, we're back. I got to get the paperwork out. I think it's B. Yeah, it's B because we invert it. I know. Yeah, B's always going to be first. So, James, you're going to get select first again. White. All right, I'll get you in. Race. GTP Flexi, drivers. Pull them all out. All right, and it is going to be James on white.
Bud, where would you like to go? Purple? Glenn, where would you like to go? Yellow?
As long as he's in for the last name pops up. Just like I did Sean.
All right. Ron, where would you like to go? Red? Drew, where would you like to go? Or hang on a second. Never mind, Drew. You're going A main. Paul Woosley, where would you like to go?
Huh? Red or black? All right, I'll put you on black.
All right, Bill, the question is A or B? You're a pretty good marshaller, ain't you? I mean, yeah. Right there where you're at would be great. I mean, I don't want to tell you what to do, but, I mean, I could use a good marshaller. Well, Drew, you don't get a choice. You went to A. There's no reason to flicking me off. Okay. So, Bill, where do you want to go then?
Okay. Guillermo, good to see you from Hawaii, man. Wish you could be here, dude. Looks like me and you should have broke us out a calendar before scheduling this. Right, let me get these in.
All right, guys, this is our third group of races. We got this one and one more, and we are going to crown the Purple Crown, Lord of Lanes Raceway. All right, Ron Thomas on red, James McCutcheon on white, Bill Pinch on orange, Glenn Burden on yellow, Bud Stute on purple, Paul Westside Woosley on black. All right, everybody else that's going to be in the A main, please help track marshal.
All right, we can see 4 of our 6 racers lined up here. All the rest of the cars, I'll show you where they're located right now before we start the race. They're over here on the Frost King. You can see it there on the second finger into the lead on the dead man. That's where we keep them. And they're not allowed to mess with them while they're track marshaling.
All right, who are we waiting on, guys? right, guys, here we go.
All right, this is our third group of races for the B main right now. You guys want to check a little bit of the laps currently. There they are. Get you a little snapshot for that. Our first lap made. Bill Pinch out in the lead here. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind there on my camera selection. Little rider action. Paul Woosley now in the lead with 4 laps. Bill Pinch in second. Glenn Burden in third. Vanderberg getting the car put back on there. And a front side crash there in the red zone. Minute left. Paul Woosley in the lead. Bill Pinch in second. Ron Thomas in third. Warming up a little bit here in Lanes Raceway finally. I'm starting to get a little chilly. Did he get a lap? No one else got a lap? Okay. 10 seconds remaining, guys. 5.661 for Bill Pinch. 5.750 for Paul Woosley. Fastest laps. And that is going to be a lane rotation. Our first for 8. They got 2 minutes off here to work on their cars. And let's go back over here to the laps totaling right now. So we see a change in leadership between Gabriel and Sean McCutcheon for the Purple Crown. Gabriel Kirtley with 344 laps right now to must have got out of range there with my headset there. But Gabriel Kirtley 344, Sean McCutcheon with 340, and Randy Kirtley with 328. That is your top 3. Nathaniel Purden pretty close with 317 as he's trying to inch in there a little bit. And we can see that those are the guys that are in the 3s at least after the second group of races. All we're doing is taking each one of these races and adding their total laps to each one. And then when this is all said and done, we'll know who is the Lord of the Purple Crown. And if you were wondering, you can be a multiple Lord. So you can be a Lord over 2 crowns. And so far, we've had 2 4 crowns where that has happened with Guillermo Suar and Randy Kirtley, both of them representing 2 Lord's crowns. Neither one of them, even though they had 2 crowns that they turned the most laps in, neither one of them ended up becoming king of Lanes Raceway. Jay Latham has held that honor for 2 years in a row, and of course not going to make that honor this year. 13 seconds, we'll be back racing. This is our segment 2 of 8. Currently Bill Pinch out in the lead, followed by Paul Westside Woosley. Excuse me. And T running back to get in her position for some track marshaling action. Ron Thomas right now in the lead with 3 laps this segment. Currently getting the car put back on, and immediately wrecks again into the next corner, third to last. Fastest lap time currently right now, 5.591. Paul Woosley with 29 total laps. Bill Pinch, 28 with a 5.848. Both Paul and Bill battling it out. Just 1 lap separates these two. And we're going to see a little bit of a touch on the body there from one of the track marshals, causing the car to go in the red zone, which is a track call. Stanley Burton quick to get a car put back on. A lot of little wrecks there. 5 seconds remaining. Randy putting one on in the camel hump. And that is a rotation. Let's hit over to the right display out of our second heat there. Moving into the third. Paul Westside Woosley there with 20 laps. Bill Pinch 18, tied with Ron Thomas. 17 for Bud Stute. 16 for Glenn Burden. And 13 for James McCutcheon. Fastest lap time in the previous heat was a 5.591 from Paul Woosley. Bill Pinch with a 5.790 right there on his hips, and Ron Thomas also with a 5.804. Fastest average previous heat was a 6.002, and fastest median was a 5.802. Paul Woosley. Paul Woosley currently in the lead with 40 laps. Bill Pinch with 38 in second. Ron Thomas in third with 34. Bud Stute with 33 in fourth. Fifth, Glenn Burden with 32, and 26 for James McCutcheon in sixth. Gabriel Kirtley taking him a much needed break, trying to clear them eyes after all of the constant abuse when it comes to the brain power that he had to use to pull off a win in the previous race. It takes a lot of focus to be able to keep your car going at tip-top shape for a whole race and not wreck or get involved in wrecks. He was able to do it, and he's still got 2 more to go. Like I said, guys, it could swap up in a moment's notice, and you could wad your car up into a wall. Just ask Drew Hoagland. He did it first race, but he came back from that and ran a very impressive B main, shooting himself all the way up to, I believe, 3rd or 4th position in the previous race. So whether you're in the A main or the B main, you can capitalize. So let's take a look here. We see Drew Hoagland turned 160 there. That would have put him in 5th position in the A main just by 2 laps. So he did quite well in that previous race. If he keeps it up, I'm sure that he'll be able to capitalize and even go further as we progress throughout the night. Bill Pinch there on the phone. Hopefully he's ready to go. He had to lay the phone down. He's about business now. Bill Pinch currently in the lead here in our B main. He's going to want to bring it home for sure. Like I said, I've raced with Bill Pinch up there at Cleveland, the Raceway. If you guys look it up, it's called the Raceway in Cleveland, Tennessee. And tell you what, man, he is very, very good on his track. Always makes the A main. I ended up making the B or the C main when I went down there. Now, I don't profess myself to be a really good slot car racer, but I had a really good time. I ended up, when I went, I broke a record on the red lane, but that was about my glory for the weekend. Did a lot of wrecking. But I love racing with those guys, Shayna, Richie, all of them. All the guys, just really good guys, Alan and the whole crew. If you guys want to get into a really good traveling series, the Flexi Challenge series here on the East Coast, I guess, Southeast Coast, would be a really good series to be thinking about getting into. It's got some good competition, some good racers in it. They tour here about twice a year, and Cleveland is the mainstay, which is kind of centralized for the Southeast for this type of racing, and a good facility to say the least. So I had a car come off on the front stretch there. We're back racing yet again. Paul Woosley 16 laps, Bill Pinch 15, Glenn Burden 13, tied with Ron Thomas and Bud Stute. James McCutcheon with 12 laps. Best lap so far turned is a 5.647 by Ron Thomas on blue lane, and the median's not able to see currently, but used to be able to see those. Whose car was that? And that is a lane rotation, and that was Bud Stute's car that ended up getting held up there several times. I mean, it's tough whenever the track marshals can't get your car in. We ended up hitting the button because it was taking too long. Nonetheless, bad luck there for Bud Stute. As we check here on the right display, Paul Woosley currently in the lead with 60 laps. Bill Pinch with 57, 51 for Ron Thomas. That's your top three. Glenn Burden with 49 in fourth, and fifth, 48 for Bud Stute. And James McCutcheon with 42. Sun's starting to go down a little bit here in Livermore. Still a beautiful day, as you guys can tell. Everybody parking out front because they know tonight the frost is going to happen. There's my beat up old Ford car there. Don't forget, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Voice is getting a little bit raspy here. It's been talking all day long. But we will make it through, as we are over the halfway mark now, and now entering into the halfway mark on this B main. We're checking out some of the laps that are totally turned here so far for the lap totals here, and one of these guys here that you're seeing is going to bring home that Purple Crown, and I'm excited for him. A.E. Stute says, especially when they put it on the wrong lane. Very questionable. Yes, I believe what we're going to end up doing for Bud, because he held him up quite a bit, is we'll add a lap to Bud at the end of the race. It happens sometimes. Sometimes the guys are getting too big of a hurry, and when they do that, and Sean, he's pretty bad about that, about getting in a huge hurry, trying to put cars on. He means well, but just gets in too much of a hurry. Just needs to calm down just a smidge there and get the cars in. Of course, that was the proper call there, calling track that time. He's got somebody's car in his hands right now. Danny Stegall watching from Indian Trail, North Carolina. Awesome. Thank you, Danny. car stalled here on the front stretch. We were just in North Carolina 2 weeks ago. Me and my wife, my mom, and my dad, we went up to the Biltmore House there in Asheville. It was a very interesting tour. If you've never had the chance to go tour that, I had a friend that lived in North Carolina, didn't know anything about it. But the house is huge. And I'd definitely go back again and check it out again. Like, it's incredible. I mean, this house was so big, I took an hour-and-a-half tour, and we never stopped walking. That's how big this house is. So if you ever get a chance to check that out, definitely do so. It's got some history about the Vanderbilt family and stuff like that. Of course, that's whose house it was Vanderbilt's. But something definitely to check out. I don't know how close Indian Trail, North Carolina is to that, but like I said, worthy of a day trip for sure. And that is another rotation there in segment 4 of 8. All right, guys, so I have made a ruling here for Bud Stutes. Whenever it clicks over here, we're going to add a lap to him from 2 heats ago, where it was a pretty big hold time there for Bud. He would have probably made a lap. It was at least 10 to 12 seconds. So we're going to go ahead and add a lap on this segment for him. Want it to be as fair as possible, folks. And in that case, Bud Stutes, you know, was one of the lucky few to have his car held for a long time. Hanging out here in the booth pit, as you guys can see. Hello, everybody. Danny Scall says, it's about 2 hours away. I'm stuck in between Charlotte and Monroe. Well, we just had a guy here yesterday buying a bunch of 1RC stuff. And he flies to go race in Charlotte, races 1RC in Charlotte. Our 1RC program next door has not went too very well since we moved it out of here for the Blue King. We haven't had but maybe 2 or 3 racers that race, but we still sell 1RC products here at Lanes Raceway at good, fair, competitive pricing. And I'll tell you what, it's been going pretty well sell-wise, but sure would like to have some guys back over next door racing some RC, and get a pretty good time. It's like 20 seconds, we'll be back racing again. Two cars coming off in the snake pit. Gabriel Cartley, previous winner from our A main in our second race. They're track marshaling in our little pit area. Camera tied to the bleachers here. Bill Pinch out in the lead right now with 90 laps, 5.683 best lap time currently the best. So we get a car wrecked on top of the bridge here. Going to be a track call. Put her back going green. Seconds remaining in this segment of 5. And that is a lane rotation. Bill Pinch there with 20 laps that segment. 1 lap above Paul Woosley and Ron Thomas with 19. Bud Stute with 18. James McCutcheon with 17. Glenn Burden with 16. Best lap that previous heat was also Bill Pinch with a 5.853. Current standings as it is now, just 1 lap different between first and second. Paul Woosley with 97 in first. 96 Bill Pinch. 86 Ron Thomas with 86. Bud Stute with 83, James McCutcheon with 75, and 69 laps for Glenn Burden in 6th position. Don't forget, guys, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. If you want to join in on the conversation, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and do all that stuff on YouTube, and follow and all that on Facebook and Twitch and everything else. Twitch, not so much of a concern. We usually don't do too much on Twitch, but YouTube and Facebook are pretty much mainstays for sure. Tomorrow, a little bit of the NSR action here. This is from one of our previous races we did, the Heart Attack NSR. You had 1 strike and then you had to run and go get your car. We did that race a couple weeks back. You can check that out on our YouTube. Here's the current lap standings right now for the GTP Flexi Purple Crown. This is after 2 races, B mains and A mains. We're on our 3rd set right now, and we're almost done with our 3rd B main. So after this, we'll have 1 more set, and that'll be the night. We'll see you here bright and early again, 8 o'clock in the morning, for our NSR to run 4 segments also. Here we go again. 2 seconds starting the heat, 6 of 8. Right now, Bill Pinch in the lead, or Paul Woosley in the lead, 97. Bill Pinch in 2nd place, 1 lap down. Thomas's car a little tough to get in there, but Randy Kirtley got it after the 2nd push. Fastest lap time right now, 5.628, Paul Woosley. Total laps 108. Bill Pinch, total laps 106 with a 5.890. 45 seconds remaining. right, and that is a lane rotation. We're going to see Paul Woosley take it that time. 21 total laps, totaling 118 for the race. Bill Pinch with 19, tied with Glenn Burden that segment. 18 laps tied Ron Thomas and Bud Stute. 16 laps, James McCutcheon. Fastest lap that previous heat was a 5.478, Paul Woosley. Fastest median was a 5.752, also Paul Woosley there on blue lane. Total laps, first place, Paul Woosley right now with 118, 115 for Bill Pinch in second. Third place, Ron Thomas with 104, Bud Stute with 101 in fourth position, 91 for James McCutcheon. In fifth and sixth position, Glenn Burden with 88. Seconds. We'll be entering into our next segment, 7 of 8. Paul Woosley currently your leader by 3 laps. Still a lot of racing left to go, and 3 laps ain't much to make up. He's got to keep the momentum alive. We'll see if Paul can hang it in there. Currently 5.819, best lap 5.794. He's getting down close to A main territory with those numbers. Ron Thomas with a 5.8. Bud Stute with a 5.978. These guys are running a pretty fast little heat here. All right, we got a car off there. We're going to see Bill Pinch get it. That was Glenn Burden's car coming off. Another front stretcher there. You've entered Paul Woosley's pit section. Daniel Burden with the car coming off there. He's going to get it put back in. See 3 of these guys running neck and neck, side by side as they go through the camel hump here. It's going to tighten up here shortly. Glenn Burden's going to grab a car. I'm going to get a track call somewhere. Red flag condition. Huh? I need a zip tie. Is that tape still on it? Can you push it up? All right, hang on.
It'll be fine. It won't kill you.
Yeah, just let it hang. Here we go, guys. It's Paul Woosley's animal magnetism sucked it right out of the sky. But you guys are wondering is, yes, the black light fell again. It's right above Paul's head there. You can't really see it. Let me see if I can show it to you. Sorry about that. I got a little twitchy with the thumb. So right there above Paul's head, you see that thing dangling? It's a light. That's what they're talking about. Did the best I could do. Got it right in the nick of time, too. 5 seconds. All right, folks, and that is the end of a rough round robin 7 of 8. I'm going to take a small reprieve here and try to fix that light. I'll be right back, folks. All right, y'all good to go. All right, we're back, folks. Sorry about the late start there. Had to hang that light back up. I'm out of shape. Segment 8 of 8 right now. Paul Woosley currently in the lead by 4 or 5 laps to Bill Pinch. Bill Pinch has a chance here. Gonna need some bad luck to happen to Paul, though, if he wants to try to capitalize here. Likelihood not too good if it makes it to 60 seconds. Still out of breath. Let me go to the gym. Guys, track marshals, just throw the cars on it. If they don't work, the guys can go get their car. Because there will be other wrecks. Just get the cars on. All right. Sean McCutcheon quick to get those cars on in the snake pit there. Watch him here in the snake pit for a second. As these guys are going to be battling out for the A main here coming up shortly. Drew and Sean having some issues getting cars rolling. Bill Pinch side by side with Paul Woosley currently. Danny Stakal says, we're working John pretty hard. Yes, we are. All right, guys, that's a checkered flag. Going to need section numbers. James McCutcheon. Or, sorry, Ron Thomas. All right. Hang on. What was James's? Bill Pinch.
58. What?
Glenn Burden. Bud Stute. Paul Woosley. 49. All right, there's another one down, folks. Now we're going to be moving on into the A main. And that is going to start with Drew Hoagland this time. He's going to get to pick his lane. T, I'm going to need that printout. First, second, and third. First place, Paul Woosley, 157. Second place, Bill Pinch with 152. And third place, Bud Stute with 137. All right, Drew, where would you like to go? Where would you like to go? White it is. Nathaniel Burden, where would you like to go? Orange. Randy Frost King Kirtley, where would you like to go? Orange and white's taken. Purple it is. All right, Sean McCutcheon, where would you like to go? Blue. Gabriel Livermore Lightning Curley, where would you like to go? Yellow, black, green, red. Green it is. All right, Ron, James, Bill, Glenn, Bud, Paul, we need you for track marshals. What's this doing out here? All right, set her up here. All right, guys, here's the laps as they are right now before we get this race up and rolling. Got this one and one more group of races left, and it's it for the races Right now we're making pretty good time. It's 5 o'clock, probably be right at 6 when this one's done. It'll be 7 and 8, about 8 o'clock when it's all said and finished. We'll be back here bright and early again, 8 o'clock in the morning for NSR.
Is this all right?
Drug test the car, huh?
You sure you don't want me to give a seminar on marketing?
Put me back in.
Where you got me?
All right, right now we're waiting on a few more races. We got 4 planted. We need 1 more laying, and we're ready to start this race. Looks like Sean McCutcheon's our final here as he rubs his tires, A per usual.
All right, racers, we ready? Here we go.
All right, guys, this is our third A main. And we're going to see them take their first lap, come back across the start-finish line. And there they are, folks. Back into racing here. Sean McCutcheon and Gabriel Kirtley battling it out with Drew Hoagland, Nathaniel Burden, and Randy Kirtley.
Well, that was pretty quick.
Did anybody get that lap? Did you roll over Orange? So do I need to subtract a lap from Blue? All right, here we go. All right, and that is a lane rotation. Right now, Sean McCutcheon 22 laps, Nathaniel Burden 22 laps, Gabriel Kirtley 21, Randy Kirtley 20, 19 for Drew. Fastest lap time previous heat 4.871, Sean McCutcheon. Fastest median is a 5.042, Sean McCutcheon. Richard Austin, great view. Thank you, Richard. Or Richie. It's weird calling you Richard. Thank you, Richie. I just put that up. Actually, I just enough Cat 6 cable to stretch out across from the orange track over to hook that up if I screwed it into the bleachers. So we got that view and we got this new view. Show them lining up and stuff. Richard also says, does the DJ take requests? What request would that be, Richie? Richie, you going to be coming here tomorrow and running a little NSR action? Might put you on one of these heart attack races. One strike and you got to run and go get your car. Just had a couple songs I like from the movie Roadhouse. Yeah, what is that? What is that guy's name? Blind guy name? Can't think of his name right offhand, but he makes some pretty good music for sure. He died at a young age, I do know that. T with a quick putback. Yes, Jeff Healy. Yeah, I love his music, man. A lot of times, if you come in here at Lanes Raceway, we're doing a playlist with him where that's all we listen to. A lot of times it's Pink Floyd, too.
Right behind you.
Clear? Rich, I said, I'd love to be there tomorrow to run NSR cars. Wish I was there today. Well, I'll tell you what, I got a huge shipment of NSR in today and a lot of parts and stuff like that. So if you do end up making it up here, Richie, will be fun. We got a guy, he's tough to beat, man. He's got a Mercedes dialed in. He's actually racing right now in this. Drew Bonesaw Hoagland. Running, I think they're running right at 8.2 second lap times on this track with a stock NSR car. I think when you were here, we were lucky to run 9.5s. They figured some things out. Quite a few of the guys testing and tuning every day of the week. Got one out up on top of the bridge here. 8 seconds remaining in the heat. Head on over to the right display here. Sean McCutcheon with 23 laps. Gabriel Kirtley with 23 laps. Nathaniel Burden with 20. 19 for Randy Kirtley and Drew Hoagland. Fastest lap previous heat, a 4.817 by Gabriel Kirtley. And fastest median is a 4.943, Gabriel Kirtley. If you're wondering what the current lap standings are for the Purple Crown, here they are. At the end of the night, after we run our next 2 races and our final 2 races for the evening, we'll have a complete total for the Purple Crown, and all these guys will have their names with their totals next to it for tomorrow to add to those totals. And the total of all totals is the King of Lanes Raceway. But the totals tonight is going to be the Purple Crown and Lord of the Purple Crown here at Lanes Raceway, representing our Winter Series. Speaking of Winter Series, we're fixing to be jumping into our Winter Series after the 4 Crowns, so actually a week after it. And we are going to be starting up NSR is our main series, and it's going to be NSR GT3, NSR IndyCar, or F1, and NSR Classic. So if you hadn't got an NSR yet, get down the Lanes Raceway. We got plenty. Got plenty of parts, and they will be able to be modified in our upcoming class. As so will they be by the rules of AMPCO, I think is the name of it. It's a newly organized organization from Steve Holzman. I'm still learning the anachronisms, but if you look up Steve Holzman, he'll be able to set you straight on the rules for the 132nd stuff. He come down here and raced from Ohio, and some of the guys there are developing quite a few rule sets for the 132nd cars here in the U.S. We're excited about that. And we're going to be going by those rule sets. So that way next year, everybody should know the rules when we do our 4 crowns. See Bud Stu with a quick put back there on green for Drew Bonesaw Hoagland. Quick bats from Bill and Chelsea T up there on turn 1 in the snake pit. Zoom in there on him a little bit. And a rider here. I know I got it quick enough. Right now, fastest lap turn, Sean McCutcheon, 5.073. Bud Stute getting Drew Hoagland on. Track call above the bridge yet again.
Ready, David.
20 seconds remaining. 19 laps turned for Sean McCutcheon this heat, 19 for Gabriel. Looks like we had about 3 or 4 track marshals overwhelmed on that one. Are we good?
He's on the inside.
'em. Gabriel Kirtley with a hard hit there to end that heat after getting shunted off the track by Sean McCutcheon in turn 1. He's probably not pleased currently, as it looks like there may be a gauntlet spread between these two possibly as we continue on racing. Nonetheless, Sean McCutcheon currently out in the lead with 66 total laps. Gabriel Kirtley in second with 64, 63 Nathaniel Burden, 57 Randy Kirtley, and 57 Drew Hoagland. Looks like the lights are going down in the city. What camera? Huh? I'm using it. T asking where the webcam went. It's right here, T. We got one webcam. Here it is. No, I don't want one of them. I don't want no sugar. Well, you eat it. We're going into our fourth segment of 8 right now. Gabriel Kirtley in a 4-lap lead against Sean McCutcheon. A 2-lap deficit in this race, so that'll put him in a 2-lap lead so far overall. But he's really going to have to bring it back together after hitting such a harsh time and 10 seconds to go. Don't know if he'll be able to make it up, but we'll see. Ouch indeed. Yeah, he slammed that middle section wall after shunting in the first corner. But there is some stiff rivalry between those two, so it's to be expected. Bridge top track action. Said Drew Hoagland is fixing to get a track to go green or come off. There's a chunk missing out of Nathaniel Burden's tire. He's experiencing some bad luck like Drew Hoagland did previously. That's racing, folks. That's why we're running 4 of these races. Let's see if the cream will rise. Lots of cars coming off, making Bud run for his life. Hello, Mama. All right, that is the end of segment 4 of 8. So go over here to the right display. We'll see Sean McCutcheon with 23 laps, 21 for Gabriel Kirtley, 20 for Randy Kirtley, 20 for Drew Hoagland, and 16 for Nathaniel Burden. Fastest lap time previous heat was a 4.891 Sean McCutcheon, 5.208 for Gabriel Kirtley. Best median, Sean McCutcheon 5.080. As it stands right now, Sean McCutcheon in the lead, 89 laps, first place, 85 for Gabriel Kirtley in second, 79 for Nathaniel Burden in third, and a tie for fourth and fifth, Randy Kirtley and Drew Hoagland with 77.
trying to give you a heads up. I seen that big
Don't
slice.
forget, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Join in on the conversation. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to all your friends.
The wheel was broke.
Yeah.
Still probably jumped out though.
Well, I mean, Chuck, I can drive. Broke it, ain't
We're gonna make
We'll be on the orange track a little bit tomorrow. Pretty excited about that. As we'll be racing 2 of our NSR races on it tomorrow and 2 of our NSR races on the blue track.
I'm telling you, Lynn. 30 seconds.
James, you stay around for business. I started calling her that when you know there and the other place. She said, why you talking business? Because you were around the business. That's why,
Yeah.
They said the government always had that all the time.
All right, folks, we're back green racing. Sorry about that, folks. Forgot to swap us back, but we are back now. Yeah, we're currently out in the lead right now with 5 laps this segment. Now swapped up for Randy Cunley with 7. Gabriel's car really not been the same since that wreck, as we see him coming off yet again on yellow lane. See, with a quick put back there on the snake pit, first corner. An exceptional job there. Randy Curtley taking a look at his car. Remaining. It's been a neck-and-neck battle between Sean McCutcheon and Gabriel Kirtley for this 3rd round of A mains. And that is a heat over. We'll be entering into our 6th round robin next. Sean McCutcheon with 22, Gabriel with 21, 20 for Randy and Nathaniel, and 19 for Drew. Fastest lap the previous heat, 4.908 of Sean McCutcheon. Fastest median is a 5.083 Sean McCutcheon. As the standings stand right now, 111 laps for Sean in first. Second position, Gabriel Kirtley, 106. Third position, Nathaniel Burden, 99. 97 for Randy Kirtley, and 96 for Drew Hoagland. 35 seconds remaining.
5 seconds.
Came undone for some reason. It's crazy. See the racers coming around now. 15 seconds remaining. Several cars coming off on the horseshoe there. Disappeared. Ugh. Been a long, eventful day. Right now, Sean McCutcheon in the lead, 12 laps, 11 laps for Gabriel Kirtley, Randy Kirtley. 4.923 best lap, Gabriel Kirtley currently. Right, that is another rotation. So we head over to the right display there. 23 laps for Sean McCutcheon, 22 Gabriel Kirtley, 20 for Randy Kirtley, 19 for Nathaniel Burden, and 17 for Drew Hogan. Fastest lap time at previous heat is a 4.923 Gabriel Kirtley, and fastest median a 5.074 Gabriel Kirtley. So we take a quick look here at the laps. We've seen a 6-lap deficit between Gabriel and Sean. Currently, Gabriel's up on a 4 lap, so that'll make him at a 2-lap deficit. Sean McCutcheon is going to be bullying down pretty much to the final race unless Gabriel can pack up some more of those laps here. Now, with his car being the issue that it is, after taking that hard hit in the middle, it's questionable whether or not there will be a comeback here, but we'll see. As he's starting to come into his own here right now, and his car is holding pretty good on the upper lane, so he's turning some pretty impressive times at those heights. We'll see what happens here. Next segment is 7 of 8, and then we will finish up with our 8 of 8. After that, we'll take a small break in between to set up for our last race of the evening, And we'll run those 2 races back to back, and we'll be done for the day. And we'll see you guys again tomorrow, bright and early, 8 in the morning, for some NSR action. Same format, 4 races in a row, 2 on the blue, 2 on the orange. And here's our orange track here. You've seen a lot of the blue track so far, our flat track. Our orange track here, built and made in 2001 by Randy Frost King Kirtley himself, and repurposed this year with brand new braid. So it's going to be a nice little track to run on, to say the least. Here we go, guys. Matt Green racing. Sean McCutcheon, your current leader. Top 50 SYN. Congratulations from Brazil. Thank you. Left, and it's showing 5.191. Best lap time from Sean McCutcheon. Gabriel, Randy, and Sean all turning 12 laps. Danny Stigall says, do I have a trioval? Yes, we do. We have a little Tunkel green trioval right here. Pretty good track, but if one person wrecks, they all wreck, and we will be racing on it next week in our hard body class. It'll be our final race for the hard bodies, so we'll be running 2 races on the flat track with the hard bodies, 1 race on the orange, and we'll be finishing up on the trial, because as fast as those hard bodies are that they're running, I don't see a hard body making it out alive, so after running the oval. But it'll be interesting to watch, to say the least. Good little finale. And then, of course, Sunday next week we'll be running our Group F wing car. All of our races will be on the orange, like all of our races for the flexi cars are on our blue track today. After that heat, we're going to head over to the right display yet again. 22 laps for Sean, 22 laps for Randy, 21 laps for Gabriel, 20 laps for Nathaniel Burden, and 18 laps, that segment, for Drew Bonesauce Hoagland. Currently, the lead is 156. First place, Sean McCutcheon right now. Second place, 149, Gabriel Kirtley. Third place, Randy Kirtley with 139. 138, Nathaniel Burden in 4th position. In 5th position, Drew Bonesauce Hoagland, 131. This is our final heat for our 3rd A main. We have 1 more set of A mains left to go. We'll take, like I said, a 10-minute reprieve after this and get everybody lined up for our final set of races after this. It's been a long, eventful GTP session here for the 4 crowns, and somebody's going to get crowned this purple crown tonight. And looking at it right now, it's going to be a fight between Sean McCutcheon and Gabriel Kirtley, unless something drastic takes place. And he said, oh, we run H&R hard bodies on a tribal. And you're right, 1 wreck and they all wreck, but we're all getting better, so there's less cars busting in half. Yeah, well, our guys here, it's bad. It's just a lot of busting bodies. They're running the same motors that are in these cars in their hard body cars, so they're ridiculously quick. So 1 wreck pretty much destroys them. But we'll see if somebody can make it out alive on the oval for the finale. You're going to run a stomp? Hey, that might be the strategy. Glenn says he's going to be running a stomp for the finale. He's going to try to make it out alive versus being the fastest. Okay, so that's not a bad idea. All right, guys, here it is, the final heat for the 3rd A main here at Lanes Raceway. And what a 4 Crowns it's been, guys. The first time we didn't get sponsors, but we've had a pretty good run of it for 3 years. 4,000, 4,000, 6,000. And then this year, no thousands, other than the 1,000 I'm giving out for track bucks. But we do appreciate the guys coming down here and racing. Like I said, a $100 track buck card is going to be going out to the Lord's Plains Raceway and the King, and then plus prizes and stuff like that. Special thanks to Bill Pinch at Race Pace for giving some giveaways as sponsorships for the GTP wing car, hard body, and NSR. And of course, guys, check their racetrack out there in Cleveland, Tennessee, and also follow the page Flexi Challenge Series on your Facebook, as we actually tour that challenge series ourselves, and we'll probably be there, I believe, next month or the month after. I can't remember when the next one they're going to have at Cleveland, but I think we're all planning on having a go of it there too. So I heard a track call there from Bud Stute. Of course, he is one of our track marshals there in the middle. And if our marshals need a track call, we go ahead and hit that track call. Right now, Sean McCutcheon out in the lead there on green lane. Looks like he's going to bring this one home, folks, with 30 seconds left to go. Turning 17 laps. Him and Gabriel currently battling it out. Gabriel having some rough issues about 4 heats ago, where he slammed his car into the camel hump there in the middle. And ever since then, his car has not necessarily been the same. All right, and that is the race, folks. All right, Drew, what's your section number? Drew, your segment number. Gabriel, segment number. Well, they're both 70. Nathaniel?
73. Yeah, 73.
Sean McCutcheon? 10. Frost King? All right, guys, that is it for our third race. Guys, track's going to be on 10 minutes, and then we're rolling into our final set of races. T, I'll need that printout. Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, that's another thing, guys. Make sure your car's past tech, because at 6 o'clock on the nose, we're going to be racing. All right, folks, as for me, I'm going to be heading over here to the lap section here. You'll probably hear some racers and stuff in the background, but I'm waiting on some paperwork here to do some math and get these laps updated. As soon as that's updated, we'll take a quick peek at the time, and we'll try to get right into that B main action. And you're welcome, bud. And I'll see you guys here very shortly. Shane, I just now seen your comment there. What's everybody says? Wish you were there. Wish we were there to hand out those checks. See you soon. Shane, yeah, you still owe Gabriel a check or two, don't you, Shane? Shane, he said he wishes he was here to hand out them checks. All right, so Glenn Burden first going to be 252 plus 121. So he's going to be 373. Okay. And let's see what's next. James McCutcheon will be next. He's at 242. That's 123. That'll be 365. And after James is going to be Ron Thomas at 272. Plus 135. 407. And after Ron's going to be Bud Stute. Find Bud. There he is. He's at 252 currently. 137. That's going to be 389. And next up is going to be Bill Pinch. He's at 290. Plus 152. That's going to be 442. And then next is going to be Paul Woosley. He's at 288. And he's going to get 157. It's going to make him 445. Okay. Now I got to wait on my other paperwork, which I think she's bringing right now. And that'll be for our A-mainers. Right, here's our A-mainers. That is going to be Drew Hoagland up first. He's at 290. And 147. Him 437. Next is going to be Nathaniel Burden at 317. And plus 157. 474. Randy Kirtley is going to be next at 328. Plus 159. It's going to be 487. And then it's going to be Gabriel Kirtley next at 344. 170. It's going to make him 514. last but not least, Sean McCutcheon at 340. Plus 179. It's going to make him 519. And that is all updated. All right, everybody. Racers, as it stands right now before we run into our final two races of the evening, Randy Kirtley with 487 laps. Bill Pinch with 442 laps. Drew Hoagland with 437 laps. Gabriel Kirtley with 514 laps. Glenn Burden with 373 laps. Nathaniel Burden with 474 laps. Ron Thomas with 407 laps. Bud Stute with 389 laps. Paul Woosley with 445 laps. Sean McCutcheon with 519 laps. And James McCutcheon with 365 laps. No, it was 30 points, plus 30 points. So it's James McCutcheon, 365 plus 30 points. All right, got about 6 minutes, folks, and we'll be racing. Going to go ahead and start asking the racers where they want to go. I need my pen. All right, Glenn Burden, where would you like to go? James McCutcheon, where would you like to go? Ron Thomas, where would you like to go? Yep. Bud Stute, where would you like to go? Red. All right. Drew Hoagland, where would you like to go? All right, and Bill, it's going to fall back on you again. Do you want to go A main or B main? Okay. All right, where would you like to go? Orange. All right, guys, I'm going to tech these cars. Like I said, you still got a little bit of time here. 3 minutes before you got to have them over at tech, but I'm going to tech the ones that are over here. No, I got it. I'll let my headset down.
races. Purple Crown coming your way. What an enduro.
Test. From Nathaniel. Let's see. 445, 474. Huh? You're at 445. So it would be Nathaniel, it looks like. You and Bill are close. But you got him. There you go. All right, it is. Everybody got stickers?
We need track marshals. Let's rock and roll this, baby. All right, guys, here we go.
All right, folks, here it is, the start of this race. Let's watch them go all the way around with this cam. Cross that start-finish line. Drew Hoagland's going to pass it first. And we are now racing. Sorry, Paul. Tried to get the ball pretty quick there. Ugh. Keep rolling backwards. Staring at these monitors for as long as I have and a fluorescent light right above your head will give you a headache, mind you that. And it has been from 8 o'clock this morning till right now that we've been doing this. But we've been having a pretty good time here, as you guys can tell. Paul Wooster with some quick hands there, getting that car back in. Dad, were they going to give you a break? Something sounds rough there on the body. Heard it again. Bill Moore watching from Hammond, Indiana. Wish I was there racing. I wish you was too, Bill. Make a trip for it next year. We always run this in January. Used to run it in the second week of January, but we run it in the third week of January now because the second week of January is the Flexi Challenge Series. And they run that second week of every month. All right. That is the end of that rotation. And we see Drew Bonesaws Hoagland in the lead with 18 laps. 17 laps for Glenn and Ron as they're tied up. Bill Pinch there tied up with Bud Stute with 16 laps. James McCutcheon with 15. Best lap that previous heat was a 5.2. And the fastest median was a 5.542 by the same individual, Drew Bonesaws Hoagland. See these guys working on their cars. And this freshly in, this is the complete totals after 3 A and B mains today. We're running 4 segments of A and B mains. A little bit of an enduro here to say the least, and we're going to be doing it again tomorrow, next Saturday, and next Sunday, and that will complete Who is the King of Lanes Raceway. Don't forget, guys, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Don't forget to share, like, and subscribe and all that stuff. If you like slot car racing, we bring a lot of it to the table, and we like to give hints and tricks and everything else on our Facebook page, and keep up with us. And you can see our race schedules also as we post those on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes they alter, but we usually run our stuff in rotation. So 16 seconds, we'll be back racing, and like I said, Drew Hoagland currently in the lead. So we start this baby off. Let's start off from a front stretch point of view. Right now, Bill Pinch turning most laps with 3. Now switching it back up with Drew Hoagland with 4. So he's taking a 3-lap lead here. 5.292 for Drew Hoagland, fastest lap. Bill Pinch there in second with a 3.782 best lap. Bill Pinch currently on white lane. Drew predominantly the strong hand here, but Bill's a very close second. Car going off in the netting there just outside of turn 3. Annie Stakal says, we appreciate your how-to segments. I've been doing this for over 40 years, but there's always something new to learn. That is true. I've learned some stuff like, I'll tell you something I learned just within the past 6 months. So the purple sauce to clean the track, my mom owns the Subway next door, and she goes, well, why don't you try this? And you know me, I'm down to try anything. So I put a little spot of it on the track and let it set on a spot that wouldn't hurt the track, like in this horseshoe actually, right above my head. And it didn't hurt it. So then after we waited for about an hour or so, I wiped it up. And then we squirted it on a pretty big section, tried it out. And man, did it work. You guys know how good it worked. And now that's all I clean the track with is that. A lot of people think it might leave a residue behind. It doesn't leave a residue. It's crazy. You wipe it up, and it's up. It gets all up in the microfiber. And you can look at that track, just perfect. When you run your finger across it, it's almost grippy like a basketball shoe when you get done. And then, of course, we add a little bit of light traction to that. That's why you're seeing these cars really stay in the track. Now, this is not a magnetic track. I know we're going to be racing NSR tomorrow. Probably need quite a few questions about that. But no, this is copper braided. So when you see our NSR cars, you're like, man, those things are hooking up. Why are y'all going so slow? Well, the reason we're going so slow is because it'll burn the tires off if you don't. But the NSR is definitely a challenge, one in its own on this track. But it surprises everybody that runs them, that comes here, and they're used to running on plastic tracks and stuff. They're surprised how well they do grip with just the regular rubber tires, because we don't allow foam or silicone on our track. So, all right, guys, we're going to over here to the right display here. And Drew Bonesauce Hoagland still in the lead. Now a 3-lap advantage here. Bill Pinch with 36, Bud Stoop with 36, tied for second position. 35 for Glenn Burden. 34 tied with Ron Thomas and James McCutcheon. Fastest lap time previous heat is a 5.273 Drew Hoagland, normally seen in the A main, and a 5.510 median. Five seconds before we go back green racing. We're entering into our third segment of 8 here in our final B main. This is our 4th B main for the evening. If you want out of the B main in the 4 crowns, you got to turn enough laps to get out of it. We good? Car come off pretty hard there coming out of the horseshoe.
Guys, make sure you're all behind the blue tape while racing.
Bill Pinch out in the lead this segment with 8 total laps right now. 5.873 best lap. Special thanks yet again to Bill Pinch and Race Pace for bringing down some goodies. Our only technical sponsor for the 4 crowns. We do appreciate him bringing some bodies and some hookup spacers to keep you from hooking your car up wrong, or your controller up wrong, and some bodies and pit caddies. Really appreciate Bill and them. Definitely go down there and check those guys' track out down there in Cleveland, Tennessee. They got a flat track. He calls it a semi-flat track. But man, it does have a very interesting, right after you hook up, there's like a little corner there. It's kind of banked a little bit. I love that part. It's a pretty cool little portion of the track. And a little bridge to go over it and everything else. Quite cool. Any lap deductions or gains? But right now, as it is, these guys will be racing for the Purple Crown tonight. And the Purple Crown is going to receive a $100 track buck card here for Lanes Raceway, whoever that may be. That is the end of a heat. Let's just take a look here real quick at that Purple Crown. So, see it right there, the nice jewel. They'll be hanging up here on our wall for a solid year, a picture of them. And I'm excited for them, as we already got the pictures of old, the past couple of years that we've held the 4 Crowns. They're hanging up on the wall too. We're just going to fill this wall full of 4 Crown winners every year that we make it. Right now in the lead, Drew Hoagland, 58 laps. Second place, Bill Pinch with 55. 54, third position for Bud Stoop. Glenn Burden, 53. In fifth position, James McCutcheon with 52. And in 6th position, Ron Thomas with 49. Best lap previous heat is a 5.354 Drew Hoagland, and fastest median a 5.658 also Drew Hoagland.
T, could you bring me a water, please?
I hope not. 45 seconds will be entering into our 4 of 8 segment. If you're wondering why there's no music in the background, because if we do play music here, it will copyright this video. I've made like 400 of these videos, and a lot of people are like, I ain't got no sound. And it's because we got it copyrighted. So we don't have any music in the background or nothing. It's tough for these racers too, because they love the music in the background. Except for maybe Frost King. He's not a big fan of listening to music while he races. But me, it gets me in the zone, or as the young kids say, the flow state. I'm listening to music and racing. I like to listen to it loud, get the cops called. Here we go, back to it. Thank you, T. Bill Pinch with the best lap time, 5.919 just earned. Drew Hoagland with a 5.482. Vote. Let's go, Bud Stoop. Bud's doing pretty good. Currently 3rd position, I believe. He's only 1 lap down from Bill Pinch, taking in that 2nd position. But today, Bud has definitely came into his own. Suffered a little bit of issues in the previous race there. A little bit of frustration taking place. But nonetheless, he's back in the mix now, and he's running pretty strong here in the B main. Let's just take a quick look here at some of our data that we have for Bud. lined up here as we're fixing to rotate into our next one here. We'll see how he's progressed so far today. Come on out here. So his first race today, Bud turned 129 laps in the B main. His second, the one that he was having issues with, I believe. No, it was the third. So he did 129 the first, 123 his second race, and in his third race, he had some trouble and he still turned 137. So technically his second race was his worst race. But hey, you know, he did have a spot there where he had to pull his car off last race. And like I said, he's coming a long way. Right now, 74 laps. We just ticked over halfway. You're looking pretty close to about 150 laps is what he's possible of turning here. We'll see if he can break 140 at least.
Yeah.
25 seconds, and we'll be heading into our segment 5 of 8. Excuse me. Three seconds. Here we go, folks. Randy Frost King currently there with the Summer Series shirt on. Car sparking is what I'm hearing. Danny Skull says, unfortunately my wife, sponsor, wants to go out and eat. Hope I can catch you guys again tomorrow. Great racing. Thank you, Danny. You better go out and eat, because every racer needs a sponsor. Hang on, I timed out. Software times out from time to time, folks. It's a defense mechanism, I suppose. seconds remaining. And that is a lap rotation. Let's over here to the right display here. We can see Bill Pinch. Where's my thing? Like that. One second. Figure this out. Okay, that's weird. All right. Well, for some reason or another. Oh, it's over here. There we go. Now we can see everybody's names. Drew Hoagland in the lead, 95 laps. 93, Bill Pinch. In second, 89. Third for Bud Stute. 87, Todd Glenn Burden and James McCutcheon for fourth position. Sixth position, Ron Thomas for 84. Here's the current totals of the laps. Don't forget, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. If you guys want to join in on the conversation, got any questions that you need answered, we can do our best to answer those questions. Turning into a beautiful night here at Lanes Raceway. A little bit of orange track action coming tomorrow. We see some people over there playing with their NSR cars. Probably going to get into some NSR car racing tomorrow. NSR is definitely our biggest class here at Lanes Raceway right now, and is going to be our upcoming series. It's going to be a three-part series coming up after the Four Crowns: IndyCar, Classic, and GT3 NSR action. All right, folks, 12 seconds left to go, and we'll be into our round robin 6 of 8 for our B main, our final B main of the evening. Under the bridge, Carnage. We see Gerber Kirtley trying to stick his head under there to see what cars he can and can't get. Looks like they're going to have to get the Stick of Destiny. The Tushy Pincher of America. But looks like he's going to pinch it his way. Randy Frosky Kirtley there. Back to racing. Drew Bonesaw Hoagland in the lead, about to turn 100 laps. And second place is Bill Pinch with 97. Third place, Bud Stute with 94. Coming up close to him, though, Glenn Burden and James McCutcheon. Like I said, guys, this is pretty much an enduro setup to get all of our four classes ran simultaneously for the next 2 weeks. So we're running quite a few of them at the same time. So, 4 races is a lot for anybody to have to race in one day. Survival of the fittest. To be the king, you must put in the biggest amount of work, that's for sure. 1 minute remaining. Guys are racing quite well here. Two cars coming off there as Paul Woosley gets them. seconds remaining in round robin 6 of 8. And that is a lane rotation. Let's take a look here on the right side. Drew Bonesaw Hoagland, 21 total laps there. Bill Pinch, 19. Glenn Burden, 18. 17 for Bud Stute, and 16 for Ron Thomas and James McCutcheon. Fastest lap previous heat of 5.660 for Drew Bonesaw Hoagland, and a 5.825 median lap. Seeing this quite often with Drew this whole race long. Entering into our 7 of 8 round robin heat for our final B main this evening, coming up in 80 seconds. In the meantime, why don't you dolly on over if you're watching this, because if you've been watching this long, I hope you're following us on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch, all three, because you're obsessed with slot car racing. So definitely hit that like button, and you know what, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on Facebook, because we have special deals for our subscribers on Facebook, and it helps go a long way, helps us have bigger and better programs as we progress through, and helps us keep these tracks in tip-top shape for our racers and for your entertainment purposes also. Don't forget, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Come on and join in on the conversation on this beautiful night here at Lanes Raceway. Getting asked for a more clear, beautiful night. Probably the stars are out super bright. Look at that. The strip looks like we're in some big city, but we're not. Just a pass-through city and a very, very small little town. Nonetheless, it's a town I call home. 9 seconds left to go, and we're into the next segment. Ready to race, and I mean race hard, not give up. Look at Nathaniel there on the fan cam. Nathaniel loves being on the fan cam. Nathaniel Iceberg and everybody going to be in our A main this time. Well, it's hooked up wrong or something going on here. Stalled the car on the front stretch. That is Ron Thomas's car having a little bit of issue. Ooh, it's too late for that jaunt. A car issue here. Rider on the play. And Bud Stute back into the misfortune of a messed up car here. Randy Kirtley's got it in his hands. He might be messing with it, I don't know. But that was a pretty hard hit coming out of the horseshoe there. Bud's going to have to take some time to try to get that fixed. He's in all 4 series, so he wants to try to get that thing unbent and get it back out there at least in the next heat, if he can, to get those laps. He'd have a chance at running for the kingship here at Lanes Raceway. Seconds left to go in this second to last heat, and it looks like Bud's going to call it quits for this one and help track marshal. A sad state of events as Bud was running in third position before meeting his demise there in the horseshoe by Paul Woosley. For those that don't know, the horseshoe is right here where my head is. My head's on the horseshoe. If you want to go back and check that hard wreck from a rider. All right, guys, and we are going to go over to the right display, and we see the battle between Drew and Bill Pinch tightening up a little bit within 3 laps of each other. Drew Bonesauce Hoagland currently in the lead with 134 laps, 131 for Bill Pinch there in second. We got a tie for third place. That's James McCutcheon and Glenn Burden at 120. Ron Thomas at 115, only 5 laps down for Glenn, and 109 for Bud Stute, having that horrible, horrible wreck in the previous heat. So Gabriel Kirtley's looking at it right now. Bud's taking a peek too. Looks like he might try to get her back out there and get some laps turned. Every lap counts towards your grand total to be king, and nobody wants to finish dead last when running for the kingship. So I don't think we're going to have that problem with Bud, though. He's in every single class. There's going to be a lot of guys that are not going to be. But nonetheless, it's always a good thing to just try to get in there and do the best that you can. Never give up. That's my motto, even when you want to. There's been a lot of times I wanted to give up and not even show up to work, but I still come in and I still make it happen, because it's not always about you. Sometimes it's about everybody else, and you just gotta, as they say, suck it up and make it happen. Guys working on their cars. We're coming into the final segment for our final B main of the evening.
Guys on the orange track. Cars go this way. Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Drew out, or hey, Gabe. Glenn goes, cars go this way. I almost said. Saying a little joke to our brother about Glenn. Of course, we've known Glenn for a while, and Glenn picks on us both, and we pick on Glenn. There's a couple new guys over here racing on the orange track currently, and they put their car on backwards. They don't know anything about stock car racing. And Glenn takes his finger and he goes, "Guys, if you're racing on the orange track, your cars go this way." He's saying it kind of, you know, a little perturbed attitude, which, I mean, is respectful in a way, because he doesn't want nobody tearing his track up. But just the way he said it, I told Gabriel, I said, you know, I almost said to Glenn, you better watch it. Them guys will roll you out on 431. Oh, shoot. Glenn would think that's funny anyway. Nonetheless, we like to have a good time here, if you guys can't tell. 1 minute left in this final for the B main, our 4th and final B main of the evening. And what a race it's been. Drew and Bill battling it out this whole time. We've seen Glenn try to make pushes alongside Bud too, and even Ron's been in the mix with it. So it's been pretty cool to see these guys battle it out. But pretty much all race long it's been Drew Hoagland. Drew Hoagland's usually in our A main, and he's usually not in the back of the A main, so his car's not doing as well as he'd like, but he is turning some pretty good laps. I think he turned 160 in the previous, and it looks like he's possibly going to beat that here on this one. So in the previous B main that he was in, let's just take a look here. Drew Hoagland turned 160 exactly. He's going to be just a few shy of that, it looks like, with 156 right there at the end. All right, guys, leave your cars where they're at. And Bud Stute, section number 0. James McCutcheon, 60. Bill Pinch, 84. Drew Hoagland. 7 on Drew. Ron Thomas, 59. Glenn Burden, 83, the year he graduated. All right, Drew Hoagland, first place. Second place, Bill Pinch. Third place, James McCutcheon. Go get your pictures made with T. All right, guys, and on that note, we're going to be rolling into our A main, our fourth and final A. I'm going to get those guys in here. All right, let's exit out of this dude. We're going to go back to our drivers, and it's going to be Paul first. Paul, West Side Woosley, where would you like to go? Red this time. You did black last time. All right. Nathaniel Burden, where would you like to go? All right. Frost King Kirtley, where would you like to go? Purple it is. Purple like the ice. All right. Livermore Lightning, where would you like to go? Yellow, blue, green, white. Blue it is. Sean McCutcheon, where would you like to go? Black, yellow, green, or white? Green it is. All right, Bud, James, Bill, Drew, Ron, Glenn, if you don't mind, please help Track Marshal T. Would you please bring me the printout? This is our final race of the evening, and what an eventful day that it has been. Just looking right now of what we see here from what Drew just turned right at 160, we're seeing right at 600 laps turned for each one of these races, pretty close to it. Crazy. He said red or black. I gave him red this time. All right, here we go. Everybody hooked up, everybody ready to roll? For all of the Marb hairs, this is it, folks. It's like a marble, but they're made of hair. The last of the Mohicans. The final of finals. All right, we're starting this race in 3, 2. Here we go, folks. Now we're starting it. T's coming around with my printout, but she's going to hold it, looks like. Let me scoot there, get the car. Let me get it off this screen there so you guys can see the race actually happening. Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, Nathaniel Burden, Paul Woosley, and Gabriel Kirtley, all pretty close there neck and neck. Morgan Slaughter and Nathaniel Burden there on orange lane. Car under the bridge. I think it made it out on the other side. We went ahead and hit it because we thought it might have stayed, but all right, and that is a lane rotation. Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, 22 laps. Gabriel Kirtley, Nathaniel Burden, 21. Paul Woosley, 17. Fastest lap turn that previous heat was Gabriel Kirtley at a 4.879, and the fastest median was a 5.087. Gabriel Kirtley. Thank you, T. Let's put these numbers in after the race. I had those babies up. You know, I got a little bit of time. I might as well try to get a little bit of it done if I can. So let's start with Bud Stute. That way we're not holding anybody up. And that's 389 plus 109. It's going to be 498. Bud Stute's total. And then after Bud, it's going to be Ron Thomas at 407. Plus 132. It's going to make him 539. And then we got Glenn Burden next at 373. Plus 137. It's going to make him 510. And we'll get the next three next go about. I'll start with James. Make a little mark so I don't forget. I'm very forgetful. I'm always taking notes so I don't forget. Here we are, back racing. Let's get down here a little bit of front roll around here. Bud Stute, get the carpet back on white. Nathaniel Burden. Cluster here. Track cars, we get a car off the track here. track call there. Sean McCutcheon, 21 laps. 19 for Randy, 18 for Gabriel, 18 Nathaniel, Paul Woosley 16. All right, that is a lane rotation. 23 laps for Sean McCutcheon, 22, Randy, 20, Gabriel and Nathaniel, and 18, Paul Woosley. Fastest lap time that previous heat, 4.903. Fastest median of 5.102, Sean McCutcheon. Total laps, 45 Sean, 44 Randy, 41 Nathaniel, 41 Gabriel, and 35 Paul Woosley. T, you need to come here real quick. 18 seconds, guys. We'll be back racing. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to hit it. We can't hold up. Really? Burn up? So Gabriel Livermore Lightning took a bushing hit in the back, and the wall shot knocked his bushing completely out of his car. This is why his times have been down several bits in the past few heats. Like I said, guys, that's racing, you know. Those 5,000 bodies, Drew trying to pick it up from the sides, can't do it because the sides are not strong enough to hold. You almost got to pick it up from the front end. I know the struggle. It's like holding oil in your hands. It's kind of hard to keep it all in your hands. .14 seconds remaining in the heat. right, that is the end of round segment 3 of 8. We're going to head over here to the right display. You can see Randy Frostkin Kirtley, 21 laps. Sean McCutcheon, 20. Nathaniel Burden, 20. Paul Woosley, 18. And Gabriel Kirtley, 4. Best lap time, 5.130. Sean McCutcheon. Best median time, 5.328. Sean McCutcheon. Laps as they are currently right now. Current leader there, Sean McCutcheon. Hey, Glenn. Listen to him, Gabe. He's about as mad as a manny rooster over there, boy. Oh me, Glenn, quit! You're gonna make me cry. And here we go, folks. Back to the racing at hand. This is our halfway mark here. At 60 seconds, we'll be halfway through our final race of the evening. But don't forget, guys, tomorrow, NSR action, Heart Attack, NSR Strike. Don't miss a thing. Now, we're not going to be actually doing strikes tomorrow. That was just a special event that we did. But we are doing NSR in a similar format to today, but with NSR cars. So if you're having trouble following these cars today, shouldn't have any issues following the NSR cars. Be a lot more closer racing and a lot less forgiving when it comes to wrecks, because those cars are so much slower, not many wrecks take place. All right, folks, we're in round robin 5 of 8 right now. Doing a little bit of talking to some racers about some NSR action coming up tomorrow, as everybody's already thinking about getting their NSRs ready to roll. So pretty much tonight's racing, and the Purple Crown is in the books here after this race. And I have a hair that keeps tickling my nose. After this segment too, I'm going to finish adding up for the others in the B main. That way all we got to do is add up for the A main. And if there is a tie, we will go by the numbers of the segment in the very last segment heat. And I ain't gonna kid you guys, I'm pretty excited to turn the music back on when this is all said and done. I love the sound of slot cars just like anybody else, but I like music better. These guys are racing their hearts out, that's for sure. Randy Frost King Kirtley's coming into his own here, folks. Let's go over to the right display just to review. 23 laps Randy Frost King Kirtley, 23 laps Sean McCutcheon, 22 laps Nathaniel Burden, 19 laps Paul Woosley. Gabriel Kirtley retired. All right, we'll head over to these laps. We're going to finish where we left off. James McCutcheon's next at 365. We're going to have to change his laps. So 365 plus 138 is 503. So his total is 503. And after James is going to be Bill Pinch. Bill Pinch is 442 currently. Plus 151 is 573. Okay. And then Drew Hoagland will be our last one. And Drew Hoagland is 437. Plus 156 for 593. So there's the totals for our B main guys. Our A main to follow. We'll be heading into our round robin 6 of 8. Here we go. just exiting the third corner right behind Bud Stewart. Oh, Woozy, a hard hit there on yellow. I don't know if his car will ever be the same. Seconds remaining. All right, that is the end of segment 6 of 8. 23 laps, Sean McCutcheon, 22, Randy Frosky and Kirtley. Nathaniel Burden with 21:18 for Paul Woosley. Gabriel Kirtley retired. Fastest lap that segment was a 5.102, Sean McCutcheon. Fastest median, a 5.170, Sean McCutcheon. Current lap totals right now, 133 for Sean McCutcheon and Randy Kirtley. 125 Nathaniel Burden, 108 Paul Woosley, and 45 Gabriel Kirtley.
I need the top two or four car with like a minute left.
What?
I need the top two or four car with like a minute left. This heat, next heat.
All right, man. Well, I think T has your tab set up. It is? All right. Well, we're going to crown the Purple Crown, and I'll be right behind you. What's that? Yeah, we, you know, when we was doing our Flexi Challenge series on Sundays, we did DTM, LMP, GTP in a row. And, you know, we're just trying to get through the 4 crowns right now. Our next series on Sunday is going to be nothing but NSR. It's going to be NSR GT3 cars, NSR Formula 1, and NSR Classics. Because the next 4 crowns, the winter crown is going to be an NSR car. And then after that, we'll do like Eurosport, or we'll do Wing Car, or we'll do... No. We race them on the orange. That's why we're trying to get the Blue King done. It's been a day, ain't it? Ron, it's been a day. But yeah, and then the other class we're going to do Flexi, and it's going to be the same every year. We're going to be able to run it. All right, guys, back to the race here. We're in round robin 7 of 8. This race day is just about in the books here. What a race day it's been, folks. I've been having a blast, but the eyes are getting a little weary, a little tired, even though it's only 7:14. We've been here since a little after 6 this morning, and we're going to have to do the same thing again tomorrow for our NSR crew, and then the following week, Saturday is going to be hard body. Sunday is going to be wing car for the finale. If everybody is ready with NSR, being they're stock related tomorrow, there's not a whole lot of setup on a stock car. If everybody gets ready earlier, we may actually start the live stream earlier and start racing earlier so people can get out and travel home earlier for those people that are doing the NSR. 20 seconds remaining in round robin 7 of 8. Right now, Sean McCutcheon in the lead by just a hair, literally. Randy Kirtley and Sean McCutcheon neck and neck, as they call it. And that is a rotation, folks. Coming into the final here, we have a tie for total laps. Randy Kirtley and Sean McCutcheon with 22, and Paul Woosley with 20 at 128, and Nathaniel Burton 19 at 144 total laps. Gabriel Kirtley retired at 45 laps. Which I guess I can go ahead and put Gabriel Kirtley's 45 laps in here. Settings. 514. Oh. Come on. 559. And Gabriel's is in. Don't forget, guys, we are live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch if you want to join the conversation. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, follow, and all that stuff. It's greatly appreciated. T, as soon as this is over with, bring me the printout as soon as possible so I can get these added up and we can crown the Purple Crown. Hello, Bone Sauce. Ten seconds. Here we go, our final heat of the evening, our final A main. It's been 4 vigorous A mains. For the cream to rise to the top, looks to be that Sean McCutcheon's going to be bringing this one home. But this race, Randy Kirtley still has a chance at winning this race. Like I said, the 4 crowns is decided not on positions, but on laps. It's all going to boil down to how well they do in all 4 of the categories or the gauntlet that we lay down for these racers. Seconds remaining. All right, and that is it. Paul, section? What's your section? Sean, your section? 11. Nathaniel, your section. 10. Gabriel, 0. Dad, section. Add a lap to Paul. Okay. Segment 19. All right.
All right, first place, Randy Frost King Kirtley, 176. Sean McCutcheon, second place, 175. Nathaniel Burden, third place, 163. Go get your picture made on the podium. I'm going to calculate the laps, and then we're going to crown the Purple Crown.
I need that. Thank you. I've already done Gabriel, so let's head over to the laps real quick here, folks. Next up is going to be Paul Woosley, also known as Paul Westside Woosley here. He's at 4:45. $445 plus 146 is 591. Okay. And then Nathaniel Burden is next. 474. $163 is 637. And Sean McCutcheon is next with 519 plus 175 equals 694. And last but not least is Randy Frost King Kirtley at 487 plus 176 is 663.
All right, everybody, here are the total final laps. Randy Frost King Kirtley, 663 total laps. Bill Pinch with 573. Drew Bonesauce Hoagland, 593. Gabriel Kirtley with 559. Glenn Burden, 510. Nathaniel Burden, 637. Ron Thomas, 539. Bud Stute, 498. Paul Woosley, 591. Sean McCutcheon, 694. And James McCutcheon, 503. So your Purple Crown for year 2026 is Sean McCutcheon. We're going to get a picture with you right over there in front of the blue track.
I don't. I just got y'all's name. You can check it out right here. 1 second, folks. Be right back with you. All right, folks. What a great Purple Crown we just had there. We just crowned Sean Tigga McCutcheon. We'll let you see him over there real quick. You can see him with his crown in hand. Now, of course, he doesn't get to keep that crown. We got to crown somebody next year. But nonetheless, guys, we had a great time here today. You guys seen the total laps. Those laps will be added to tomorrow in the NSR section. We'll be back here bright and early, 8 in the morning. Live stream will be at around noonish, maybe earlier. If you see it pop up on Facebook, check it out. Thank you guys for tuning in. God bless you guys, and have a safe, great night. See you later.